Testing 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to open our July 15th session of the State Board of Education. Welcome everybody to the Department of Ed. It's very exciting for us to start off this morning, putting first and foremost our teachers, who are so central to everything we do. But it's also in the spirit of the teachers that I did want to acknowledge what happened in France last night. I know our teachers would be the ones, first and foremost, if class was in session, to have these conversations with our students and with our schools. And so it's in that spirit that I hope that we can all send our thoughts and prayers to families in France, where here in Arkansas, France may feel so far away. We are all together as a global community, and these are all issues that we address. And so I know many times we put the social ills on the shoulders of our teachers, and whether that's fair or not, I have been so honored and privileged to see how teachers stand up to that opportunity to make a difference in this world. And I know this morning we're celebrating a crop of folks that are especially individuals committed to their own learning, their own education, so that they can put it right back in the classroom and they can put it right back in the communities. And so with that, Ms. Pfeffer, if you could get us started this morning.
Good morning. Ivy Pfeffer, Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Education. And I'm just going to give a real brief introduction to some data, and then I'm going to introduce you to someone who has spent a lot of time in the state, provides a lot of support for National Board teachers. Arkansas typically ranks among the top 10 states with the most new National Board certified teachers. To date, 2,869 Arkansas teachers have achieved National Board certification. The state offers comprehensive support to selected teachers interested in pursuing this certification, including fee support, a state candidate support program, and 3 paid days release for teachers who have been chosen for the state support system. Arkansas MBCTs are entitled to an annual $5,000 bonus, and nearly 100 Arkansas public school districts offer additional incentives for National Board Teacher certification. I would like to introduce you to Dr. Clara Carroll, and she would like to make some remarks about National Board certification in this most recent group of teachers that you're going to meet in just a few minutes. We are going to present them to you much in a way we would do a graduation ceremony. I've been away from the school district for 3 years and have not gotten to participate in graduation, so this will be kind of fun, I think, because we always know that those formal recommendations are so special not only for the candidates but also for their families. So, Dr. Carroll.
It's my honor to be among you and to celebrate such a great day with you. So thank you for your time, for taking out of your schedule to do this very important event. I am proud to be an educator, an expert in my field. I'm proud to be a National Board certified teacher, and I'm very honored to be with you today. And what a day it is. We're here to celebrate 98 new NBCTs and 116 renewed NBCTs who have voluntarily gone above and beyond that which is required to prove their dedication to their students. Teachers who are recognized as experts in their field and having reached the gold standard in the teaching profession, where the National Board believes wholeheartedly that higher standards for teachers means higher standards for our students. Board certified teachers, they know their subjects well and they know how to teach it. We're celebrating because they know those students so very well that they can plan and manage and monitor the learning. They reflect on their practice and they learn from their experience. And they're active in their learning community. We're here today to celebrate every NBCT in Arkansas, the almost 2,800 National Board Certified teachers who are joined into the 112,000 nationwide, including the District of Columbia. As a National Board Certified teacher myself, celebrations like this have a very deep meaning to me, very significant time. National Board Certification is known as our highest level, our highest mark of accomplished teaching. National Board is the measure that matters because it has been created by teachers and for teachers. It's based on our performance in the classroom, in our own deep self-reflection on our teaching, and an assessment of our content and pedagogical knowledge. It is specific to both subject and developmental level. You might not know, but there is an urban elementary school where 70% of the students are from low-income families. They went from having only 8% of their students performing at the top level to 24%. And they also reduced those at the lowest tier from 12% to 0.3% during the same period when the faculty went from having no board-certified teachers to having 70% of their teachers achieving board certification. And in a recent PDK Gallup poll, 81% of Americans noted they believe teachers should be board certified. A decade of independent research confirms students taught by board certified teachers learn more than students taught by other teachers. The evidence is clear. The National Board Certification distinguishes more effective teachers than from less effective teachers with respect to student achievement. So let's quantify a few items. This month, I've traveled 10 states. I've stayed in 5 different hotels. I've eaten at 27 different restaurants, and I flew in 4 airplanes. According to my Pacer phone app, the most steps I've walked this month are 24,198, and the most this week was on Sunday, 15,959. That's not really that important, but what's really important is you and our NBCTs. Among you, there are 2 former educators, and there is 1 recipient of the Arkansas Teacher of the Year Award. But even more important, today we're celebrating 98 new and 116 renewed NBCTs. 57% of them are elementary teachers. 43% are middle and secondary. And in this class of 2015 NBCTs, the elementary NBCTs have had a positive impact in 1 school year, 3,021 students. The secondary NBCTs in this group, just in 1 year, they have had a positive impact on 13,674 students, with a total in 1 year, 16,695 students have been impacted by the class of 2015 Arkansas NBCTs. Let's celebrate that expertise and that impact that they have in just 1 year. So now the question is for you, and I'm speaking really to the NBCTs right now. What lies ahead? What do I do next? Well, what do you aspire to do? And what roles does your certification play in that aspiration? National Board Certification is a great step in the right direction. And at the National Board, we talk about the professional teaching continuum. At some point, all of the NBCTs were novice teachers. Perhaps some of them were novice teachers just a few years ago, not long ago. But they've chosen the professional continuum of being board certified. So this is the time to seize the opportunity to serve as teacher leaders, advocates, change agents in your school, your district, in the state, and nationally. And now that they are board certified and an official member of the National Board affiliate, the Arkansas Teachers for National Board Certification, it is time to be a leader in the state of Arkansas. So from the spring 2016 survey that was sent to every Arkansas school administrator, both principals and superintendents, they believe that NBCTs are more prepared than others to take on leadership roles in our schools. And one Arkansas principal wrote, "The primary difference I see on a daily basis between NBCTs and non-NBCTs is the extent to which NBCTs fulfill leadership roles in the school and beyond. Also, my National Board Certified teachers are generally more reflective in their practice. They are typically my teachers who serve as mentors and support to my non-NBCTs. And NBCTs just seem to naturally rise to the occasion and are risk takers in our school as well as our district." When I hire new teachers, I always seek to hire National Board certified teachers or teachers who are willing to become a National Board certified teacher. So you must think about your next steps, your next goals. Reground yourself, make a commitment to spread your instructional expertise, and you've learned something significant from this process. It has pushed you, well, for some of you, it may have pushed your buttons, but how will you spread your instructional expertise? You've proven your content and your pedagogical understanding to become in the top 3% tier of the nation's teachers. But wouldn't it be great if board certification were the norm and not the exception? Will you mentor novice teachers? Will you support candidates through the National Board process? Will you blog about your experience and how your content understanding has grown in this experience? And as a leader, you'll have the opportunity to influence what happens. The notion of teacher leadership is perhaps the most significant concept I can leave you with today, because you have the capacity to continue delivering great learning opportunities for your students while expanding your impact. This board certification you've achieved is the beginning of the journey to achieve remarkable things in education, and the sky is the limit. So pick something to do and do it. We know that if you set your mind to something, you'll deliver, but taking no action is not acceptable. What I really want you to realize is that National Board Certification is more than a piece of framed cardstock on the wall. It's a tool to leverage for advocacy, for system change, for better schools, and for better students. So congratulations on achieving National Board Certification.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carroll, and I know those words are very much appreciated by all of our new and current MBCTs. So at this time, we will have our Commissioner, Johnny Key, and our Deputy Commissioner, Mark Gocher, come forward, and we will announce each of the candidates, and they will be recognized and have their photo taken with these two and the board in the background. So thank you. Okay, good morning. Our first National Board candidate is Joanna Allison. She is from Valley View School District and teaches at Valley View Elementary School. She teaches literacy, content, reading, language arts, and early and middle childhood. Tamara Bush White. Tamara works at Hot Springs School District at Hot Springs High School. She teaches career and technical education, early adolescence through young adulthood. Daniel Darrow is a teacher at Springdale School District, works at Helen Tyson Middle School, teaches music, and has a certification in early adolescence through young adulthood. Kimberly Dickens. Kimberly is a teacher at Alma School District at Alma Middle School, teaches English language arts, and is certified in early adolescence. Mary Ferguson. Mary is at Cossatot River School District at Wicks High School. Mary teaches mathematics and is certified in early adolescence. Jennifer Fithen. Jennifer is at East Poinsett County School District at East Poinsett County High School. Jennifer is an English language arts teacher and has National Board certification in the area of adolescence and young adulthood. Tamara Gatewood Williams. Tamara is a teacher in the Little Rock School District at Bale Elementary School and is certified in literacy, reading language arts, and early and middle childhood. Jasmine Jeter. Jasmine is also at Little Rock School District and works at Parkview Arts and Science Magnet School. Jasmine is certified in English language arts and early adolescence. Next is Amy Griffin. Amy is at Stuttgart School District and works at Park Avenue Elementary School with a certification in generalist early childhood. Amy Griggs. Amy is from the Fort Smith School District, working at Harry C. Morrison Elementary School with an area of certification in literacy, reading language arts, early and middle childhood. Michelle Gwynn. Michelle is from the Paragould School District and works at Paragould High School. Her area of certification is science, adolescence, and young adulthood. Next, we have Jessica Harris from the Little Rock School District from Gibbs Magnet Elementary School with a certification in generalist early childhood. Darlene Henry. Darlene is from the Vilonia School District, works at Vilonia High School with a certification in English language arts, adolescence, and young adulthood. Jill Holman. Jill works in the Pulaski County Special School District at Chenal Elementary School with a certification in Exceptional Needs Specialist early childhood through young adulthood. Camilla Curry. Camilla is from the Little Rock School District and works at Forest Heights Middle School. Her area of certification is literacy, reading language arts, early and middle childhood. Sarah Lawrence. Sarah is from the Fort Smith School District and works at L.A. Chafin Junior High School. Her area of certification is library media, early childhood through young adulthood. Our next candidate is Amy Leslie from Hope School District. Amy works at Clinton Primary School with a certification in the area of literacy, reading language arts, early and middle childhood. Next, we have Stacy Lorenz Mitchell. Stacy works in the Little Rock School District from Central High School. Her certification is in art, early adolescent through young adulthood. I got to meet Stacy a little earlier this morning. I will tell you she's here, had no power at her house all night, but is a dedicated person, and we are so glad to have her here. Jennifer Merriman. Jennifer is here today from Gravett School District, works at Gravett Upper Elementary School with an area of certification in literacy, reading language arts, early and middle childhood. Our next candidate is Tasha Middow. Tasha is from Pulaski County Special School District, works at Oak Brook Elementary School. Tasha's area of certification is literacy, reading language arts, early and middle childhood. Next, we have Miss Haley Morris from the Conway School District. Haley works at Ruth Doyle Intermediate School, and her certification is Exceptional Needs Specialist, early childhood through young adulthood. Miss Lacey Robbins. Lacey is from the Hope School District, works at Clinton Primary School, and has certification in the area of literacy, reading language arts, early and middle childhood. Our next candidate is Susan Sierra. Susan works at Pulaski County Special School District and also at Oak Brook Elementary School. Susan's certification is in literacy, reading, language arts, early and middle childhood. Miss Alicia Skipper from Southside School District, and Alicia works at Southside Elementary School. Her certification is in literacy, reading, language arts, early and middle childhood. Miss Janet Smoot. Janet is from the Mammoth Spring School District, works at Mammoth Spring Elementary School with a certification in generalist early childhood. Miss Danielle Stewart from the Russellville School District. Danielle works at Russellville Junior High School with her certification in world languages other than English in the early adolescence through young adulthood area. And Miss Jana Terrell from the Cabot School District. Jana works at Southside Elementary School. Janet is a counselor with a certification in school counseling, early childhood through young adulthood. Miss Sheila Williams from the North Little Rock School District. Sheila works at North Heights Elementary School. Sheila's certification is in the area of literacy, reading language arts for early and middle childhood. And Miss Candace Wilson. Candace is from the Sheridan School District. Candace works at Sheridan Middle School with an area of certification in mathematics and early adolescence. I got to meet Candace's son earlier today, and he's very proud of his mom. I just want to close by thanking everyone for being here. Thanks to all the candidates who were able to be here and also to those new National Board candidates who were not. It is an honor to recognize these accomplished teachers, and I especially want to thank them for their dedication to Arkansas education and for service to our students. Thank you, Board, and thank you to all of my staff who worked hard to make this day possible. We want you all to celebrate the rest of the day with your National Board teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pfeffer and Dr. Carroll, for this immense privilege of getting to bear witness to these wonderful teachers. And in the spirit of folks needing to transition and move, and I know the staff needs to make a few adjustments to this room, we will take a brief 5-minute break, Board, and reconvene to start our action item. So let's just say, to be easy, 9:30 we'll reconvene. So. Okay, so about approximately 9:30, we'll try and reconvene. Thank you all so much, and congratulations again to the family and teachers. I hope the weather works out for us so that you can truly celebrate today. So thank you. the room. We would like to proceed with our action agenda this morning, as yesterday, a lengthy one. And Deb is holding me to being done by no later than 3 p.m. today. So in that spirit, if we could get started with action agenda item A1, consideration of relocation of the ABC grants. Ms. McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, and good morning. We had programs that had relinquished their slots, and I brought to you last month details about our first round. But this is, I guess, a moment of clarity, because in presenting the information, I shared how much the new grant awards would be for the reallocation of the round one, but I failed to include the $15,000 that we are providing to Our House, First Baptist Church, and Ozark Opportunities of $15,000. So I need to make sure that the board understands that that will be included in the total amount. So the grant award plus the startup funding would be $1,317,480. And I just needed to do that for clarity for our budget financial issues, our audit potential. So we have documentation that the board has seen that and approved it.
Fantastic. Any questions from the board?
For round two, again, after we brought this to you in June, we have since had some programs relinquish some slots, and in some cases, they have actually closed their program. And so that's why we were able to offer some additional sites funding for the approving of expanding their programs. We had a total of 63 grants when we put it out there for reallocating these slots. And so what we did was, instead of reopening the application process, we just went on down the list. And so the second round, we're asking for approval. There will be no new startup funding, so it's just really an expansion. So what I've done is we've given you the award amount, the additional slots that they will be adding to their program, and then the new amount, and then the total grant award. And that's because when I came to you in May, I brought the renewal grant applications, and so this is some of the expansion in the final dollar figure for the total grant award.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues on the board about round two?
Just a quick question. So are the programs that are closing, are they listed here? Or
Yes.
I'm having trouble finding them.
Yes, down at the bottom.
On the, which
where
document?
It says Southwest, I'm sorry, on the sheet that says round one and round two.
Okay,
It
got
was
it.
an
At the very,
attachment.
down in the footnote down below.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
It was Southwest Arkansas Development Council and Jefferson Comprehensive Center.
And are there other ABC programs in those communities?
Yes.
That are left?
There
Okay.
are.
Because I remember a couple of years ago, we almost left a community, there was a late closure, and we had a community that was really challenged. I just wanted to be sure that we weren't in
And we
that
try
situation.
to keep watch on that. The Southwest Arkansas Development Council's in Texarkana.
Yeah.
And then the Jefferson Comprehensive Center, easy for me to say, is Pine Bluff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the board? Otherwise, I entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the reallocation of ABC grants.
Motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Sook. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms. McKinney. We truly appreciate your thoroughness.
Thank
You're
you.
always put it all out there. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Moving on with our action agenda, I guess, Ms. McKinney, you can stay in place. The consideration of ABC payment to the Scholastic Academy.
Okay.
Summer services.
This was a program that we brought to you asking for an enhancement grant for summer services. And when we made payment to them, they were intended to get $21,840 for serving 40 children. But unfortunately, the data management system did not capture their enrollment and attendance. So we only paid them $8,190, so we owe them a balance of $13,650. So I'm coming back to you to ask to take this out of the new funding for this year to amend that situation.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Any questions from the board? Then again, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay. Motion made by Ms. Zook, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms. McKinney. Now, you're free of us for the day. Thank you so much. To action item A3, consideration of the Little Rock School District Community Advisory Board membership. Commissioner, you are recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm distributing the list to you, but have for your consideration, these are my recommended appointments to the Little Rock School District Community Advisory Board. Make sure everyone has one. And Ms. Kaufman, would you pass those down, I think, to the press row? I'm not sure if they have copies down there. For Zone 1, Chauncey Holloman. Zone 2, Maria Chavarria Garcia. I think she actually goes by Lupita, correct? Okay. Zone 3, Melanie Fox. Zone 4, Jeff Wood. Zone 5, Larry Clark. Zone 6, Anthony Hampton. And Zone 7, Freddie Scott. And as you can imagine, you that were here the night that the applicants made their presentations, we had a very strong pool of applicants and a very difficult decision, certainly in some districts where there were a lot of applicants. But it is encouraging because that shows there's a lot of renewed hope, I think, and wanting to be involved in the Little Rock School District and moving it forward. So for those that were selected, we look forward to working with them and building the capacity, as the statute says, for returning the district to local governance and solving the issues that created the academic distress. And for those who are not selected this time, encourage their continued involvement and for future possibilities of running for a school board when that time comes. So, Madam Chair, present to you this list and ask for your approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just make one brief comment. And this is awkward because of individual names. And I first off, I just want to voice my admiration for anyone who wants to volunteer for improving their community schools. I've told the commissioner this separately, but and this speaks nothing about any individuals, but I had really hoped, especially after we saw how deep the talent pool was, that it would have been ideal if we could have really not had former board members on this new rebirth of the district, and there were folks there that I had varying types of relationships with and had seen in different settings, but that was my only wish. But I understand that and respect the commissioner's choice here, but I just wanted to voice that statement that I fear a little bit we may have missed a slight opportunity to have a truly fresh start for this new district that, as we hope, this community advisory board actually does within a fairly short order kind of begin to morph into the new school board. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Dr. Barth. Any other comments or questions from my colleagues? Then with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we accept the recommended list.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Black. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Then the motion carries. Yes.
I do want to say, I think the process that we used of bringing folks in for 3-minute statements was incredibly helpful, because this was very different than in the past, where we've just gotten a list of folks from that we just didn't have any idea who they were. And so I think this should be a good precedent for how we create community advisory boards in the future.
Most definitely.
And that would be, the uniqueness of this was that it's Little Rock.
Right.
And at some point soon, there will be the consideration of the Community Advisory Board in Dollarway.
Right.
Because that's the next, most recent state takeover. And certainly we'll have conversations then about how we want to do that. I think our trip to West Helena, in our efforts to prepare them to go back to local control is helpful. I know Mrs. Warren would be delighted to have the state board and host the state board at Dollarway at some point in the future. So we'll certainly take that under advisement as part of our procedures moving forward.
Yeah, I agree.
And just to echo that as well from Dr. Barth, tremendous opportunity here for us to be more engaged with the community. Really appreciate all the staff effort, including your own, that went into this process. We know it was additional hours, it was an additional evening that we asked, but we appreciated the process given how important this is, both in terms of what we do in designating takeover, and then from there really to demonstrate our full commitment to return back to local control. And I think that's one of the most visible ways in which we can do it. So we appreciate your efforts, Commissioner, and those of all. And then to echo as well Dr. Barth's comments, I think there's an opportunity here through this lesson learned to help communities as they get ready for civic advisory boards, to look beyond the pool of folks that they had already worked with. And maybe as we start, and we know that these communities are coming forth, this is maybe a call to action as well to the superintendents in those communities and other community members, to start thinking about working with community members that may bring that fresh lens, so that when it comes time, whether we do determine as a board to go down, to have this conversation, or how we hope to support you, Commissioner, in those decisions that are made, that we can have as an invigorating list as we saw here, and maybe even some additions as well, right? And to bring that perspective. So, but thank you for your efforts, and again to your entire team around those efforts. As we switch now to action item A4, we are about to go into a block of considerations in regards to Act 1240 waivers. And given that we have 2 new board members, and just in general, we were going to have a work session on this because of all the questions and layers of questions that have come up. Please know we're about to enter into a conversation here that actually is quite complex and has taken up quite a bit of our time as a board. I have asked the staff, Ms. Davis, to give us a little context about the 1240s, and then from that to offer the relationship, right, of how this relates to the other charters that come before us and that we consider as this entity. So, Ms. Davis, thank you.
All right, good morning. Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. I'm passing around a chart that will kind of show the differences between how districts can get waivers, and I'll start with that. There are 3 ways in which your school districts can get waivers. One is by becoming a district conversion charter school. One is by becoming a school of innovation. And then the last one is through the Act 1240. Like I say, the chart kind of outlines the approval process, the restrictions, how long they're granted. If you have any questions about that, we can go into it, but we will have a more detailed work session on that later. But there are 3 different ways. For Act 1240, those waivers, under Act 1240, a school district can request all or some of the waivers that are granted to an open enrollment charter school that pulls kids from its district. All they have to do is petition to the board. You guys, to get this, they have to tell you why. They have to include a copy of the waivers from the open enrollment charter school and a list of the waivers that they want to have granted. Any waiver that they request is valid, and this is important to note. It's valid for the duration that the waivers are valid for the open enrollment charter school. unless the district has requested their own time limit. Unfortunately, Act 1240 does not provide any criteria on what you should use to consider whether or not to grant these waivers, and it doesn't really provide any guidance outside of review the petition, grant in whole or in part, or deny in whole or in part. We did cover, I think last year when they started, a list of possible considerations that we had suggested might be helpful, and if you want, I'll go over those.
Yes, please, Ms. Davis.
Okay, some of the considerations that are helpful when determining whether you should grant these district waivers, and keep in mind these aren't required and nor are they exhaustive. Some of them include, how does the waiver support or complement the district's vision and or strategic vision? What are the specific benefits to students if the waivers are granted and the expected academic gains to the students? What are the specific plans to implement the waiver? Like if you're requesting for a larger class size, what's the largest class size you would use, or are you going to limit it to certain classes? If the waiver is consistent with district policy, and it's important to recognize that the board may allow a waiver for flexibility, but it's up to whether the district can exercise it will depend on their policy. So in the end, the district may have to update their own policy to effectuate any waiver. What is the fiscal impact of the waiver? Will there be any additional cost associated? And if so, what's the source of that funding? What effects the waiver will have on current academic, fiscal, or facilities distress status? How it will help the district to alleviate any of these issues? And will the implementation of the waiver cause any of these issues? Will the use of the waiver assist the district in resolving any accreditation issues? Or will it cause the district any difficulty in complying with the standards? How has the charter school effectively applied the waiver, and how will the district ensure its own effectiveness in applying its waiver? Has the district school board supported the waiver request, and did they sign a resolution? Have school employees been notified that the district intends to request and implement these waivers, and if so, what methods of notification were used? And have parents or other members of the community been notified when the district intends these requests? A few other things that have come about over the course of the last year of these being in effect. There has been some caution about granting the waivers for just in case with no plan because, through the 1240 process, it's a pretty short process to grant these waivers. It can be granted in as little as 4 to 6 weeks, so it's not that, granting them just in case provides a cumbersome process. Also, the 1240 waivers are not like the charters or the district conversions or School of Innovations, and they're not held to the reasons stated. So it's important that, there's no oversight over 1240 waivers like you have over charter schools. So it's important to, when granting these, that the only requirements at this time and the only limitations is that they have them for as long as the charter school has them, which, could be 5 years, could be 10 years, or up to the rules. If a charter is granted for 20 years, they could have them for 20. Another consideration was granting a full waiver list versus maybe, going a district conversion route. And another thing that is important is that a lot of districts get waivers from ARVA, but they don't necessarily use them the same because just by nature ARVA is different than your traditional school. So it's important to see how do they plan to implement those waivers. Do you have any questions?
If you
And just
could,
to acronym,
Arkansas.
ARVA.
Arkansas Virtual Academy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was headed that way too.
and if you could speak, Ms. Davis, a little bit to the monitoring or the fact that with this lack of monitoring and then as a result, some of the conversations we've had about stipulations of 5 years or things
Sure.
like this, that obviously aren't in law, it's just context for my new colleagues, especially on where we've come in those conversations.
Sure. Unfortunately, under 1240, you have no monitoring capabilities under this. So if a district says that they're going to use a waiver in a particular manner and they don't, or you find that the waiver is not effective, you cannot revoke it. At this point, there's no way for you to do so. And because the waivers can be granted for such a length of time, you also haven't had any ways to limit, like you can on the charter schools, request additional information or limit it. However, the districts can self-limit to say that they're only going to use it for certain courses. They're only going to use it for 3 years or 5 years or a year, and then come back and report to you on how it's going and re-request. Some districts have used them while they're going through the district conversion application process. So once that, process is granted, then those waivers are no longer in effect. But at that point, it's up to the district to limit, because the board unfortunately does not have much oversight. So if they are granted without any limitations, then just be aware that they will be granted as long as the charter school has that waiver.
Thank you. I think Mr. Williams.
Yeah. Traditional public schools and charters are, they're both public schools.
Correct.
And every time we start in on all these waivers, when a charter school is created, they must notify the districts that it'll be residing in, I assume. And the schools, the traditional public schools, when they ask for these waivers, they can get the waivers that any charter school in that area has, or I guess any charter school that they have kids from their district that are attending.
That's correct.
But they don't have to notify or speak to or communicate at all with any charter schools to get, right?
That's correct.
So, okay.
And that
they're
was
both
what-
public, and that seems a little one-sided to me.
Right, and that's why I think maybe one of the original 1240 waiver requests, that one of the first ones that came up once it went into effect, I think there was some question that the board had about, have you talked to your teachers? Have you talked to your board? Have you talked to your, and at that time, I believe that there was one that hadn't, and so there was a lot of concerns, and that's why that's a consideration that, we encourage applicants when they submit their petitions to, answer these questions before coming to you. We can't force them to, but we encourage them to, because we know that you're going to have those questions.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And if you could speak a little bit, just because I know over the years we've had quite a few conversations with the Teachers Association, the Arkansas Education Association, concerns around the waivers as related to teaching licenses and such, and implications, especially when it's maybe even beyond just a single school, right, as is the
Right.
case with a charter.
Okay, and one of the things, and this may confuse, probably, I know it's going to confuse me. So you have previously approved for emergency approval the new Arkansas Highly Qualified rules.
Yep.
And they'll be coming before you later today for final approval. One thing that, because the highly qualified as part of ESSA is no longer, these rules still require that districts, as well as, even our charter schools, they apply for core courses. So even for licensure waivers, because there are a lot of districts that have requested licensure waivers, and I think there's even some up today that are requesting that, they still have to comply with the AQT rules, which the AQT rules, just to kind of summarize it, you either have to have a valid teaching license. These are for core areas too. That's another thing, for core areas. You either have to have a valid teaching license, or there are other ways that if you have a bachelor's degree and certain experience, there's a list of those. So they would still have to comply with that, which I think helps to kind of alleviate in those core courses, still maintaining the standards. And the one other thing to note is that when the districts get waivers for licensure, that applies to the districts. Teachers that are still, say, like, I think one of the waivers today is for people who have not yet passed their praxis. They will still need to continue with the licensure route in order for them to become licensed. It's just for the district to have teachers of record that aren't licensed yet. So there's still kind of two paths, that the teachers are still required, if they want, to maintain licensure and go that path. Did that make anything more confusing?
Dr. Barth.
Could you just remind us what separates core areas from non-core areas? What are the core areas, and not the full list, but kind of what is it?
I think Ms. Pfeffer's going to come up and just so I don't confuse you anymore.
Well, as we define the core areas in the AQT rules, we kept the same core areas that had previously been designated core content, and really it's probably good to say core content areas under No Child Left Behind. That was in an attempt to not just go too far away too quickly from what requirements have been in the past. So those core areas are the what you would consider English, math, science, social studies, and then music, art, foreign language, well, in early childhood falling in there because of the reading, writing, the reading and the math. I may have left off math. I should have stopped with the list. But yes, they are the same core areas that have been established under No Child Left Behind.
And how does special education fit in there?
Special education is a unique situation. First of all, special education must have a licensed special education teacher or a teacher who's on an ALP to get that certification. So that requirement is there. The content piece comes in because Arkansas cannot guarantee the Office of Special Education Programs, OSEP. We, in order to receive funding, had to sign an assurance with OSEP that because we could not guarantee all Arkansas teachers would be 100% certified without any provisional, any emergency certifications, that not only would they be licensed but qualified in that content area. So that's why right now they're still under that. Our goal is to work through this school year with those provisions in place, and hopefully as we get into legislative session and into our ESSA plan, that we'll have drafted kind of a comprehensive policy for special education that would take care of all of that, where we're not having to separate out license and AQT for any special ed.
And then gifted and talented. Could you kind of
Gifted and talented is not part of this area here. It's just the separate certification for gifted and talented.
Okay. And and I guess it's from Ms. Davis, and under Act 1240, gifted and talented there could be a request for waiver, correct?
Right, that is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Additional questions from my colleagues? Yes, Commissioner.
Just want to add another piece to this, to not to make it more confusing, but I think it's important for you to know. In Act 1240 waivers, you all have approved waivers that affect career and technical education, which really falls outside of ADE and falls under career ed. With district conversion charters, with schools of innovation, any of those waivers, our process has been very clear that we have pulled someone from ACE, Arkansas Career Education, have pulled them in, consulted, and they've been at the table. Because Act 1240 didn't give us an opportunity to create a system, that had been falling through the cracks. So we'd been, I think there have been a couple of months now, or a couple of times through the last 6 months, that we've approved something here, and then Dr. Childers would say, hey, we didn't know anything about this. So we have, it's not reflected here, but we have changed our process now to notify, when we get notification that a district is asking for waivers under Act 1240 that impact career technical education, we notify the team over at Career Ed, and then really it's left to Career Ed to contact the school to have any conversation with the school, or we said they are welcome to come here, and if they have issues or concerns, they can present those to you as the Act 1240 waivers are debated. So I just wanted to give you that little bit of extra information that has become apparent over the last 6 months or so, that of a gap in the system that we've attempted to close.
And on that, in terms of the waivers that we have passed so far related to career tech, I mean, have any of them caused the career tech folks, career ed folks, particular heartburn, or is it just a lack of good communication?
It wasn't anything they couldn't overcome, but I mean, there was some heartburn, yes, but I think it's more of knowing ahead of time so that if there were any issues that were truly of concern, they could work those out with the districts.
Gotcha.
But you do feel, Commissioner, that for those that we are considering today, all of those related to and have a career element, ACE has been notified?
Yes.
So we can say
Yes,
that for at least for what we're considering today?
Yes, for
Okay.
today's, this is the first set
time that we've.
that this process
That's
has been
correct.
followed.
Thank you. Yes, I see Ms. Chambers with a question.
Commissioner, this may already be an existing report, but the volume of the waiver requests that we're about to contemplate remind me of the importance of kind of stepping back periodically, because we're weighing, we bring our heart and souls to each one of these individual decisions, but sometimes you don't realize collectively what you've done until you step back and you look at the waterfront. So as we go forward, will it be possible to periodically look at where we have these waivers and kind of the collective nature of them, whether it's career ed or otherwise, so that we can see from a state perspective what it looks like?
And Ms., that's actually the work session that we're having next month. We would have had it this month if our agenda hadn't been so long, but out of, and with the need to prioritize to allow school to get started for a lot of these decisions obviously affect families and such, that was the decision to then postpone to next month. But we will be dedicating our work session to this, not just hearing this, but actually doing the reflection that you've discussed. And it is my hope, aspiration, that as I've shared with Ms. Kaufman as well, that we can look at the intersectionality of these three processes, and maybe because the application, it is up to us to put together the application, maybe we have an opportunity there in the application, right, to, if there's any lessons learned, or maybe put in there, please talk to ACE if there's the career element, or there's things that we are hoping to help improve the process. So not just a conversation, but actually to get into some of the process.
Well, and if we could, and this may be exactly what you were saying, I hate to create yet another report, but something that gives us, it's almost a report card on us over a period of time, what we've done, what we've approved, or maybe what we've denied, and to your point, the success of the performance of those decisions.
And so, Ms. Davis, I think the request there is if we could have a list of all the ones that we've approved thus far by the time of the work session.
Right, there's actually a list on the website right now that has a list of all the waivers that have been approved for the open enrollment charter schools, the district conversions, and it does include Act 1240, that it has the school district and the waiver that was approved.
And if we could get any analysis from you all about the process thus far, although my guess is most of it was for this coming school year that we've approved thus far, although we've had a few that have already applied. So I guess any analysis of those that have been done thus far, any feedback or generalities, we know how much is on you all's plate, and this follow-up is one that would be time-consuming, but if there is any way where we can garner at least some impression, something to inform this, so that, again, it's not just a presentation, but an actual conversation for our work session in August. I would appreciate that, and I think Ms. Chambers' comments echo that as well. So thank you, and thank you, Commissioner. Any additional questions from my colleagues? Especially our new colleagues here, although Ms. Newton has joined us on several of these over the last year. Okay, wonderful. Any final?
No, but when you're ready, I'll go ahead and go over the procedures for you.
Wonderful. We are ready.
Okay, so the procedures that you're going to follow, whether you don't have any official procedures, what you have done in the past, is that all persons wishing to provide testimony today outside the attorneys will need to be sworn in. The district's going to have, I promise I didn't move that earlier. The district's going to have 20 minutes to present its case to you guys for approval. Any parties opposed to these waivers will have 20 minutes to present their argument. The district will have 5 minutes to respond to any argument in opposition. You can follow that presentation and discussion with any questions. You can also ask questions of anyone else during the presentation or at that time. You can then grant in whole or in part, or deny in whole or in part, the proposed waivers and issue a final decision today. You can also take the matter under advisement, but you must make a decision within 90 days of receiving the petition.
Thank you. Any questions about the process?
Just to clarify for new folks, but if there is a time limitation on the waiver, that has to be voluntary on behalf of the district.
Right.
But they can offer it, if they haven't done so in writing, they can offer it today verbally, and
Absolutely.
it would, as we do with our charters as well. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification of that process, Ms. Davis. And with that, Ms. Perry, you are recognized for action item A4, the district request for waivers granted to open enrollment charters for the Barton Lexa School District.
Yes, I know that you've all looked at the materials that are in the agenda book for you. I would like to advise you that these waivers have been requested from July 20th, 2016 through July 20th, 2021. And you will also note that this is the first district to come back to you that you've already granted some waivers previously. And Superintendent David Tollett is here to speak to you.
Fantastic. Any non-attorneys planning to testify on this, if you could please stand. With you as well, if you could kindly, and raise your right hand. I do need to swear you in. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And if you could please state your name for the record.
I'm David Tollett. I'm the superintendent of Barton Lexus School District.
Thank you. You have 20 minutes.
Okay, I don't think I'll take 20 minutes, but first of all, I would like to say I appreciate the waivers from last time. I appreciate the opportunity to come back again as my team has worked through this process. I took over as superintendent of Barton Lexus School District July 1st of last year, so I've only been there for a year, and my team has really come together and done some amazing work, and we have made a lot of progress, especially putting in to practice the waivers that have already been granted to us. Just want to say, when I came in July of last year, we sat down together as a K-12 staff and looked at our school district, looked at our vision and mission statements, and we didn't really like what we saw. And so we scrapped pretty much everything we had and started over. And together, through a process, my staff has worked together to put together a new vision and mission for our district. Our vision statement is preparing today's learners for life by personalizing their educational needs. This represents us because what we are wanting to do in the Delta is to service all students, no matter where they are and what path they want to choose in life. Through this process, my high school has developed basically 4 education paths for our students to choose from. One is an advanced college track. If you're the kind of kid that you want the best of the best, you want the hardest classes, you want AP, you want concurrent credit, you want the rigor, we've got it. We have a college track for students who want some rigor, but they want some other classes in there. They want to go to a 4-year college, we've got it. We have a college and career track for those students wanting to go to a 2-year college. We're going to prepare them to go to a 4-year college. And we're also going to prepare them to enter the technical field and get them involved in all of those before they leave our high school. And then we have our career ready. If you're a student who just wants a high school diploma, maybe you're the first out of your family to ever even get a high school diploma and go into the career workforce, we want to prepare you for that, prepare soft skills, and then put you in an apprenticeship, internship, or work program with some of our corporations that are around. And we have been working tirelessly to be able to form and forge those partnerships with our corporations in our community. Not only the community of Helena, West Helena, but also Mariana and Marvel that are residing right around us. We're not just targeting one location. We want several locations. And Barton Lexus, if you don't know the geographic location, we are pretty much about 10 minutes away from each one of those communities. Even though Barton is just a community and basically we have a school, a place that sells tractors, a credit union, and a gas station. And that's pretty much all of Barton. I wanted to say that our school is not like some of the other schools that are in the Delta. We perform well academically, not as well as we would like to, but we are above the curve, if you'd like to use that term, than our surrounding schools. The Office of Educational Policy just recognized us to be one of the highest performing schools in both math and literacy. We don't want to stop there. I mean, that's a great milestone, but we don't want to just be recognized as one of the higher performing schools of poverty. We want to be recognized as one of the highest performing schools in the state, and then move on to the national level. We have high aspirations, and like I said, my staff has bought into that. Just talking about the waivers for a moment, we have requested and received our waivers from last time. The first one is a licensure waiver for core subject areas. I know that this has been a sticking point. The reason that we are bringing this back to you is KIPP Delta, which is one of our competing schools for staff members, has this waiver. Helena, West Helena was just recently granted this waiver. As the neighboring school district to that, that puts me in an awkward position for being able to recruit and hire staff members. It is always our first priority to seek out certified staff members, but in the Delta and with the teacher shortage, this is getting more difficult. And I just want to elaborate on this. I had a 7th and 8th grade English position come open this last year in May. We have beat down every door in this state, out of this state. I have been through over 100 applicants, not applicants to our district, but 100 people who could possibly do this job. And after offering it a half a dozen times and being turned down a half a dozen times, finding people to actually take the job, we finally found a good, qualified, certified staff. But it took us 100 tries to be able to find one teacher. And we were fortunate to do that because a lot of our schools around have not been able to do that. For the first year ever in the history of me being in this field, we are having problems finding coaches. I had 2 coaching openings that took 2 months to fill. And finally, we filled one with a bright young gentleman who's coming straight out of college who we got into the Apple program. And this is not for, some, teaching math or history. This is for elementary PE and coaching. So recruitment and of staff is very difficult. And the reason I'm asking for this waiver for core subjects areas is it allows me the flexibility if and when we need this in the next 5 years to be able to put a quality person in that classroom for our students. The last thing I want to do is put a substitute in a classroom for kids and have them all year long. So if there's a way around it, to put a quality person who's going to be able to educate my children, that's what I want to do. But I need this waiver to be able to do that. One of the things that has been a barrier for us is some of our cut scores for our practice scores are higher than other states that are around. I mean, I'm right there sitting on the Mississippi border. Mississippi, Tennessee, there's other states that are competing for the same teachers in my area, just like I'm competing for their teachers. And so TFA, which has been an option in the past, is no longer an option. When the governor made his announcement, the next day the head of TFA for the state of Arkansas was in my office saying, well, congratulations, but you're not getting any teachers this year. They're all going to Little Rock Public Schools because we don't have enough to supply them and you at the same time. So we have had to get creative and really go after and work hard to find staff members. And just moving forward, as this teacher shortage thing becomes a more of a concern, we're going to have some flexibility. And that's why we're asking for that one for the first 5 years. The second one is to remove the restrictions on class size and teacher loads. The waiver to remove class size restrictions are only on 2 different things. Number one, vocational programs. As I said, we're trying to do apprenticeship, internship programs. We want to be able to utilize that where our students go and get on-the-job training, but also are able to work with us and us work with them, a day or 2 a week of developing soft skills. And while we don't need this presently, as we continue to grow this program, we may have a need for that. Also, my counselor this year is taking on my seniors, and she has requested to have all the seniors in one period to be able to work with them, to do book studies, to do soft skills, to bring in speakers, to work on ACT stuff, college scholarships, and be able to do that. Well, we really need a waiver for that to be able for her to do that for us. The student teacher loads for 712, we're asking to be waived for all classes. The 150 number is kind of troubling, and I serve on the state Standards Review Committee, and we've talked about the 150 number. This number, and I don't know if you know where it came from, but back in the 80s, it was set when high schools were doing 5 and 6 period days. It's not research-based. There's no basis for 150. It's just an arbitrary number. And so we're asking that be waived so we can use it if we need to at certain times. Currently, there's no need for us to have that, but like I said, maybe in the future there will be. Also, the flexible classroom time, this was recommended to us by the Arkansas Public School Resource Center. They recommend the flexible classroom time as we move forward. It's not about how many minutes you're sitting in a class, it's about the quality of instruction that you're receiving. Arkansas Virtual is even developing, I believe, classes that have flex time options there. We also need it for internship, apprenticeship, work programs, civic education. We want to look at possibly bringing in homeschool students back into the public school fold. And I want to make a push real quick. And Kathy Swan and Arkansas Virtual has been the greatest equalizing force for small schools and especially schools in the Delta. And it's a very affordable, realistic option. Without it, I could not offer what we offer. I couldn't offer the same thing that a kid in Western Arkansas would get. And really, truly, it is one of the greatest things that we could ever participate in. Through the waivers that we received this year, we were able to add an additional 18 electives that are taught by my teachers, open up an additional lab for Arkansas Virtual, and expand our offerings through Arkansas Virtual for the college and career clusters, as well as foreign language offerings, things that they would not have an opportunity to take otherwise. Like I said, these would be good, the same as our other waivers for 5 years. We do have, like I said, a plan, but we also want to plan for the future and not be restricted. And like I said, we want to be able to provide a quality education to meet the needs of all of our students, not just the few.
Thank you, Mr. Tollett. You still have 8 minutes. I don't know if there's anyone accompanying you from the district.
No, there's not.
Ms. Perry, is there any opposition? Or I know I have the public comment list here. I don't have anyone speaking specifically to this item.
No, ma'am, I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Then with that, Mr. Tollett, any closing remarks? You still?
I'll take any questions y'all have.
Well, I will start off with one question and then open it up to my colleagues. Have you spoken with teachers in your district or your school board about
Yes.
your intentions to come here?
Yes. All of this is running through them. And we actually, our school board approved a resolution for these waivers.
And teachers?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, questions from my colleagues on the board? Yes, of course. Ms. Newton, you're recognized.
Going back to the teacher question, I know you told them, but what was their response?
Well, the response from the majority of the staff, they were real hesitant when we first came up to do waivers. But as they're seeing it unfold and what we're able to do for kids, they've bought in. There's really no opposition to this at all.
To these specific waivers?
Correct.
You are aware that the licensure for core areas, you will still have to abide by AQT?
Yes.
Okay. The teacher load one that you are requesting, one of your comments in there was technology makes grading easier for teachers.
Well, technology, yes, technology has actually made it easier for teachers to conduct their duties. If you set it up, and there's a whole host of things that, of technology solutions that can be implemented in a classroom, especially for grading purposes, where students, you can go in and set your test online, have the students take it in online, and we have just become a one-to-one school this year. And to be able to automatically get the feedback on the majority of that, where in the past, teachers would have to sit at home or sit during their conference period and sit there and grade paper after paper after paper. So technology does make it a lot more time efficient.
Have you ever graded 150 constructed responses
I
or
have.
essays?
I have.
I don't know of any technology that'll help that.
Well, that's
Yeah.
true, but the thing about it is, when I was grading those 150 responses, I was also grading 100 to 200 multiple choice questions on each one of those exams as well. So it actually frees up the multiple choice part of it to be able to have more time to focus on the writing part.
What would be a limit? I mean, you're saying 150 is not enough. Is there an upper limit?
I would say no more than 180. That would be tops. But you have to understand, we are on an 8-period day.
I've been on an 8-period day.
Right.
I understand that.
Which means our teachers will teach 7 periods. So I would say 180 max. And that would be, this is not something that as administration we take lightly, we just dump it on a teacher. This would be an agreement. The waiver also, does not include the pay portion. Once you exceed 150, we still have to pay them for that. It has to, it's going to be an agreed upon thing.
Okay. The flexible classroom time, you're asking for that for all classes grades 7 through 12?
Correct.
What will a flex time look like for a 7th and 8th grade, or even a 9th grade student?
Well, currently, we're not going to be utilizing this waiver. This gives us the ability in the future to be able to start looking at what kinds of things could be flexed, what we could do with the flex time waiver. But currently, for the current coming up school year, this is not something that we are equipped to take advantage of.
So what grades are you equipped to take advantage of it with?
None right now.
So you
This
don't
would
have,
be for future forward planning within our school district.
so you don't have any plans to use the flex time this next school year?
No, not for this next school year. Now, moving forward with the Arkansas virtual options, to be able to utilize it to develop, like I said, the homeschooling options, to be able to develop, maybe some other options that are not yet known to me. We plan to explore this and look at other schools that are using that, and look at what they're doing with it.
How do you think these waivers you're asking for are going to affect student achievement?
Well, I wouldn't be here asking for them if I didn't think that they were going to bring it up. We're for our area, we're a high-performing school, but that's not where we want to stop. We want to, push on, and if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to get the same results. Well, I don't want the same results. I want to keep pushing this forward where we're going to improve beyond being one of the highest performing schools in poverty and being one of the, to being one of the highest performing schools in the state.
What oversight or monitoring are you doing on your previous waivers and your plans on monitoring in the future?
We have set up systems to be able to do that. Like I said, I've only been there since July of last year. It took us this entire year of setting up systems to be able to monitor that. We have established our baseline data throughout the entire system, and now we are going to be able to monitor that moving forward. One of the things that I promised this board when I stood here the last time is that I would voluntarily provide reports to this board on our progress, and I intend to do that. But in order to do that, we had to set our baseline data.
So do you have any results on how the waivers performed last year?
Well, we haven't had a chance to use them. I went before this board in January, and our waivers actually started July 1st of this year. Of 2016. So, we haven't even put them into effect yet, other than we went ahead and reset our school year to more align with our college. you know, that's the only waiver we've really taken advantage of so far. But I mean, we've set up our system to, you know, utilize our waivers that we received. We just don't. I mean, we haven't had the first day of school in that yet.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Zook.
Yes. Have you spoken, I know you mentioned Ms. Swan, have you spoken to the other charter to see specifically how the waivers you're requesting have helped their students with achievement?
KIPP? Yes.
KIPP and virtual, I think, were the two you mentioned.
Yes. I've seen it actually firsthand. I've been on site visits to KIPP, and they utilize, I mean, they put their staff in. They're looking for quality people just the same as me, and they utilize especially the licensure waiver. I would say the licensure waiver, maybe some of the flexible, but the licensure waiver for sure is a big help to them.
And what about the overall load?
Well, they have very small classes. They're in modulars. Their classrooms are not even really equipped to handle large amount of students.
Okay. You're a needs improvement school, correct? What, you're not?
Well, I mean, we are, yes.
Yeah, and what, I know under needs improvement, it's a big group. Is there a specific, where are you in that needs improvement school?
I mean, we're not on academic distress or anything like that. We're, I mean, both our math and literacy, we need, you know, there's a few tweaks that we need to do that. Of course, it's dependent on which test score data you want to look at,
Well,
too.
that's true.
So,
well, we're going to have a concordance for that, so you're going to be in
I
good
mean,
shape.
I just take that with a grain of salt at this point in time. So.
What businesses are you partnering with?
Right now, we are partnering. We have partnered with the culinary programs, which are, well, right now in our area, of course, we're limited, but McDonald's, Subway, the casino, which is actually across the river, but these little mom and pop restaurants. We actually have received a grant, and we are starting a culinary program this year. We're in the process of putting our kitchen in. It's one of the few high school culinary programs in the state of Arkansas. We are also partnering with several other corporations, large corporations, as well as a lot of mom and pop kind of stores. We have just now put in the format to be able to do that. And so our push this coming year is to get official partnerships that support the school as well as we support them, and be able to bring them in as speakers, to be able to place our students in apprenticeship programs and let them kind of develop what kind of apprenticeships they want to see in their company, and then bring those and promote them to our students and let our students choose kind of what programs that they want to be a part of.
And you're just asking for the 3 waivers for which you provided rationale, not any of the other waivers
That's
beyond
correct.
what you got before.
I don't
Okay.
need the blanket waivers. I mean, there are a lot of things that when my team sat down, we went through the majority of these, and a lot of them, I mean, they're not going to help our kids. We don't need them. We just need the ones that we have specifically selected out, have been selected out for a purpose, because we think that we can do something with it to enhance our education and the educational opportunities of our students.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. Dr. Barth.
Yeah, this is for Ms. Pfeffer. And I'm just a little confused on this, on the waiver request for the core subject errors and how that ties to AQT.
If I understand right, that they would be asking for a waiver from licensure in the core areas, but they would still be required to hire teachers who would have at least a bachelor's degree and a way to evidence that content expertise in those areas. Am I correct? That's what.
Okay.
Yes, that's their understanding.
Okay, got it. Thanks. I was just trying to square those things. On the class size and teacher load, I've in these 1240 waivers, this has been the area where I've really, I think, been the most agitated because I think that, I've taught and graded for 23 years. And over that period, this period of great technological change, grading has not become easier. And I think there just reaches a point of diminishing returns in terms of students, teachers' ability to have genuine relationships with students in a healthy teaching and learning atmosphere. So I think that number of 150 is not just pulled out of thin air. I think there is some logic to it. That's an area where I really have some problems with deviating from the standard, and you're not the first person I've said that to, but I just really I think it, a theme of these 1240s, and kind of picking on you because you're standing there, but the theme of these 1240s has been, I think, some core disrespect for the teaching profession, and how much time and energy that takes, and how high quality contact with students, it just takes time. And so anyway, you're there. The other thing that's been gnawing at me, and I'd like your response to it. I'm fearing that increasingly, as we see these 1240 waivers related to a senior year that is focused on the world beyond school, I feel like we're moving increasingly to a K-11 education with a gap year attached to it. And I'm all about gap years, but I'm also for 13 years of real education followed by that. And so I guess I would ask your response to that. Why shouldn't I be worried that we're veering into an education that is, especially in the senior year, pretty much watered down to the point of possibly threatening whether we're providing an adequate education across that 13-year period?
Well, I would respond to that, and that's a great question. I would respond to it by saying this. First of all, I don't think it's a watered down. The whole point is to prepare them to be able to go to college, to be able to enter the workforce. You're dealing with 16, 17-year-old kids. There is a drastic reality check that they have to go through between leaving high school and going into college, or leaving high school and going into the workforce. And one of the things that especially public schools want to be able to do, and especially Barton, is to bridge that gap. They need to have a gap where they're still supported by us fully to be able to learn and adapt to what it's going to be like in a college atmosphere, what it's going to be like in an internship or apprenticeship or a job, what it means to show up for work every day, what it means to actually have to dig deep, and you're the only person who is handling this job, and you can't just run to somebody and them do it for you or show you how to do it, to be able to think and to allow the workforce to be able to communicate with our students what they're looking for and their expectations, and communicate those successes that these students, or the qualities for the successes that these students are going to have. Also, the same thing applies to college. You take a student, you prepare them for college, they get into college. Well, a lot of students, the first time they step foot in a college classroom, it's not like high school. They don't understand that, they may not have a teacher over them saying, okay, you need to do this homework, and it's a little bit different of an environment. In those environments, we are able to come back and support them, and when they start faltering, when they run back to us because we're their safe zone, we're able to say, this is how it is. This is what we need to do. Let me help you with this, but eventually you've got to take the steps to move forward with this. And when you are looking at, and this is what I deal with in the eastern part of the state, when you are dealing with students of poverty whose parents may not even have a high school diploma, college, the career force or workforce, a lot of our students come from homes where they've never even seen their parent work. So there is a big gap. Those parents, where I was brought up in a middle class family, I was brought up where my dad has an engineering degree and my mom has a teaching degree. They knew what college was like. And when I went to college and I struggled, I fell back on them and they were like, this is just how it is. You've got to do this and this. They knew how to get me enrolled. They knew how to go through the process. Well, a lot of our students don't have that. And so they rely on us. The parents they can't advise them. They don't know. And as much as we try to educate parents, that education doesn't replace the experience of actually going through that. And so we want to be that transition year. We want to be that support for them as they transition from the only thing they've ever known, which is K-12 education, to what their next step is. And we feel like their senior year, they need to have that wake-up call. They need to be supported while at the same time moving forward into their next step, because they're going to be a lot more successful if we do that than if we just graduate them, send them to college, and when they start to flounder, and you look at the statistics, when do the majority of students drop out? Their freshman year. Why? Because it's such a drastic difference from high school that they don't know how to adapt to that. And it's not even just it's not necessarily the academics. It's things like study skills, being able to sit down and actually do a report that nobody's going to sit there and do it for you, or, just walk you through it step by step, how to deal with free time, social interactions, those kinds of things. So that would be my response.
Yeah, and I think that's a thoughtful response, and I appreciate that. I think there's another approach that, and I agree, all those things are necessary to success in first year college. I do think, though, having as much rigor in one's academic in one's academic life before you get to college is also important. And I'm worried that we're in some cases allowing students to take one or two academic courses and then spend a lot of their time in things that are certainly valuable, but maybe in some ways putting the students in a bad spot when they do get to college in terms of whether they're going to make it. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive, and I'm worrying that we're veering a little bit more towards some of these soft skills when I think good academic rigor is also an important ingredient for first year success in college.
Right.
So, but thank you.
Additional questions or comments from my colleagues? Ms. Pfeffer, did you want to address the board? Of course.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this information may help with a little bit of context throughout the day as y'all are talking about this. And Dr. Barr, something you said, I think 2 years ago when I took this position, I had that same concern that it just felt like we were throwing away the value of someone having a teacher certification. But I think what has helped me is really looking at data over time. And we are trying to get as much good data as we can and share it so that we're making good decisions and you all can make good decisions as well. We're hampered somewhat in the way data is reported. We've relied on Title II data that's submitted by institutions of higher ed. And that data, the most recent Title II data would actually be from the 13-14 school year. That is what you would consider certified data that reported to U.S. Department of Ed. But in the interim, we have been really trying to communicate with higher ed institutions to get real-time data from them. So for Eastern Arkansas, a couple of challenges that we're facing. And I think we have to know what those challenges are so that we can look to see what do we do about that in the future, but also recognize that right now we may have to be more pragmatic in some of our solutions. But really, I think Arkansas State University has always been a large producer of teacher candidates for Eastern Arkansas, and even, extending over into a little bit of the central areas in Arkansas, North Central. But Arkansas State University is down 51% in the number of teachers who will be student teaching this year from where they were 2 years ago. So they were at in 2013-14, they had 334 candidates that were getting ready to go out. That did go student teach, and they're going to be down to just over 200 come this year is what they're projecting and hoping they will have student teaching. So that's a drastic decrease there. And I am really encouraging the school districts in the Jonesboro area and some of the Northeast Arkansas co-op areas that aren't feeling the crunch of shortages right now. That's going to have to impact them because those student teachers are not coming out. Now, I think for a lot of I don't know what their non-traditional numbers look like, and that's something else we'll have to get as far as real-time data. But the non-traditional students aren't so much in the pipeline, they're already out there in the field. So those non-traditional teachers, while those numbers may be up, they're already out there in the field. They're not the ones we're counting on coming to us in the future necessarily. Another big producer, which is impacting, is the Eastern Arkansas areas, University of Arkansas at Monticello. And spent a lot of time talking to Peggy Doss. I don't have those numbers on paper today, but from Peggy and Kim Level 2 years ago, they had about 50 candidates that were in the field student teaching. That number dropped to about 25 last year. This year, they're only going to have 7. So that gives you an indication of why these school districts are here telling you we don't have people. So with that kind of drop, that's what I think has me even more concerned, because that's where we're looking in the future. So I just say all that to tell you kind of those data are giving me kind of a different lens in looking at how do we ensure that our kids have access to excellent teachers. Because regardless of if they have that license or certification at this time, we still have to have excellent people in their teaching. And we don't want to diminish that. So it is right now about helping give them the flexibility in terms of how we do that. And I know that's just one piece of the bigger concerns. And until we figure out some ways to mitigate this lack of interest in going into the field, and I think we need to start with our high school juniors and seniors, survey them to find out, do you want to be an educator, and why or why not? I think what they have to say will be very powerful. So I'm hoping that we can get that we can work with the Bureau of Legislative Research and get a survey out there to get some of those answers from those future prospects.
And that's, I'm actually comfortable with the licensure waiver piece, because I think it is creativity in terms of trying to get, but I get, that makes me even more concerned about the class size and teacher loads, because we're asking folks who maybe have not had the kind of preparation to go in and then deal with up to 180. In fact, and that's your verbal, but this really is no limit here in terms of the number of students. That's what makes me really worried about that area of this proposal.
Yes, but I do think that school districts are doing a better job of tapping into their local co-ops for resources, and I think the co-ops are aware of some of those needs, and I think that that collaboration can be encouraged between support centers and school districts, because any educator coming into the field now is going to need a completely different type of support than what an educator had 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And I think through our mentoring program, those are some things we need to be in tune to and also provide. So I think we're looking at a very close partnership between our agency and these schools as we go forward with this.
Thank you. Additional questions? Yes, Ms. Newton.
I had one question. I think it's for Ms. Perry. Ms. Perry, I know in the past people have asked, or districts have asked for the increase in teacher load. In I can't remember if it was Batesville or I can't remember who it was, but there was a max set. Do you remember what that max was?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm sure I can pull it up very quickly and let you know.
Okay.
It is pretty common that they actually set a max.
Yeah, I think
That you
I
approve a
always
max
think it was
with it.
160, but would you
That may
check?
be. I'll be glad to.
And I have no problem setting a max on that as part of our application. That's not an issue. And I would like to add something to Ms. Pfeiffer's comments. We're also not like a lot of Eastern schools. We actually pay pretty well. We're the 25th highest paying school district in the state of Arkansas. I've got the leanest staff of probably any school district because we're the fourth poorest. I mean, we put our money into our resources. And our greatest resource and asset to our kids is our teachers and their development as educators. So this is not something that we just use haphazardly. This is something that is very purposely used when it is executed. And I'll just say this. The teacher shortage is going to continue to be an issue. Jeff Dyer and I know Ms. Pfeiffer's group over here, they have started the Teacher Cadet Program, which is a wonderful thing. I'm actually teaching that myself to the 5 students that we have at Barton who are interested in entering that profession, and we have partnered with ASU. I'm actually an adjunct professor for ASU for the Teacher Cadet Program. And I want to take that on personally to be able to not only help start the education career of students coming out of Barton, but also hopefully get them back into Barton once they graduate. And I think that's one of the things that will help moving forward, putting these kind of programs into the schools. And the students that we had were very excited that when I said I was going to teach it. And I'm very excited because I'm looking forward to being able to train the next generation to start their journey there. And I mean, it's something that the state has that's going on that is outstanding.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Perry.
Yes, Batesville said that they have no more than 165 instead of 150.
And I would be willing to amend my application to match that 165.
Thank you, Mr. Tollett. Any additional questions from the board? Otherwise, yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Tollett, you've heard me, you've heard Dr. Gocher. We've talked about the concept of making the learning constant. Right now, the time is constant, whether it be the school day, the school year, the K through 12, and we've talked about making the learning the constant and the time the variable. So could you talk about conversations that y'all have had at your district in making sure that the learning was the constant for all the kids, despite the flexibility that you're looking to get here?
Right. So some of the things that we've looked at, and like I said, we're looking at all options. The flex mod thing that a lot of school districts are using is, I mean, it's a very intriguing idea. We have looked and we have actually found a program this year that's going to allow our students math support not only during the school day, not only during the class time, but also when they leave that class till about 10 o'clock at night, where they can actually work through modules, but they can also, when they get stuck on something or if they need help with some of their homework or something that they're struggling with after working through part of the module, they get stuck on part of the module, actually talk to a live teacher to be able to support the students, you know, at home or, you know, and provide, you know, those kind of flexible opportunities. Moving forward, one of the things that we would like to do is, like I said, bring back in to the fold homeschooling students. A lot of students, for whatever reason, whether it's a parent or if it's the student themselves, they struggle in school. They may have health and medical issues. They may have just a whole host of different things going on. But I think in the future, even providing an option, and we probably won't have very many students take advantage of it, but it will meet the needs of the ones that we're providing it for. But provide kind of a flexible thing where students may be able to access, set them up at home for Arkansas Virtual to take the rigor classes through that, but also be able to come back onto our campus and take classes that they want, or go out to the college and take classes there. We have worked really hard to eliminate all barriers to our student success. I mean, to the point of up until this year, or well, to the end of this year, our students had to pay if they wanted to go to the local community college. They had to pay for their classes. They had to pay for their books. We've actually secured funding where they don't have to do that. So we've eliminated that. But moving forward, there's a whole host of flexible options there, and we want to explore them all and kind of make a decision on what's the best for our students, and to be able to provide, especially even our ALE environments, with continue to get better and provide better opportunities for those students as well.
And the reason I asked Mr. Tollett is because I think we all share Dr. Barth's concern with the rigor in that last year, or even through the whole entire high school experience. Right. But I know that you've had those conversations, because it's not just about moving students in the last year to, when I was going to school, probably when you were going to school,
Right.
half the senior class was gone, all day on Friday, and half the days, many of the other days, and they were just gone. I mean, it was just, there just was nothing there. So we're not talking about a situation where there's nothing there, and they go to work, but
Right.
you're talking about things that whether they get all the rigor that they need up until a point, and then can start mentoring or start externships,
Right.
internships. But it's not one or the other.
Right.
It's and.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the thing, is to put the rigor with the reality. Because there's a difference between what we teach and what students experience. I mean, all of us who have held a job, especially when you got out of, going into the education field, when I first got my classroom, I didn't exactly know what I was doing. It took me a while to figure that out, and that's the kind of transition and rigor and reality we want for our kids, is to have the knowledge base to go out and do the job, but also the experience part, because I think combining the two is where we will see the success in our kids, not just one or the other. And in moving forward, especially students who are prone to drop out. And I presented all of this to our student body. When we got the waivers at the end of the year, I met with each class individually. We talked through all the new options, the things that they can take advantage of. I did that myself to every single group from 6th grade all the way through 12th grade of our students at Barton, because I want to convey that message and let them know what we are doing for them and what opportunities they're going to have. And I had a kid who was on the verge of dropping out and said, well, Mr. Tollett, you made the difference, because now I'm going to take this and this and this next year, where I was just going to drop out over the summer. You have to provide opportunities for all kids to reduce that dropout rate. So the flexibility to do that is key.
So yes, Ms. Zook.
I want to commend you. If I remember correctly, you had lost your mentor the last time and to
That's
death,
correct.
and I think I can say for him that you have matured and gotten the poise that you need, and you have taken the lessons he taught you, and you have shown much growth today from when you were here in January.
Well, thank you very much. On-the-job training really does that for you.
If you pay attention.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tollett. With that, to my colleagues, any final questions? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Yes, Dr. Barth.
Well, I would just ask that we consider the three
Separately, most
areas.
definitely. Okay. And so to be clear for all my colleagues, the 3 waiver request topics: first, licensure waiver for core subject areas; second, to remove restrictions on class size and teacher loads; and third, flexible classroom time. So I'll entertain a motion on the first topic, licensure waiver for core subject areas.
And I move approval on that, the licensure waiver for core subject areas.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Newton. And I will do a roll call for these, Commissioner.
Dr. Barth,
Yes.
Mr. Black. Yes. Ms. Chambers.
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Dr. Hill. Yes. Ms. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
Ms. Zook.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. To the second waiver topic, do I have a motion in regards to restrictions on class size and teacher loads?
I move that the class size be approved, but only for vocational and senior seminar classes, and the teacher workload be approved with a maximum of 165 students.
Second.
Okay. And just to check with Ms. Davis, is that an appropriate, I know we can approve, grant, in part or deny, and as well as to disapprove, but to make those modifications if the district has indicated their willingness.
Yeah, the district has to agree that that's what they want to do rather than you putting the stipulations on it. I mean, in the end, it's the same result, but the district really needs to,
So
it
if
needs
you
to be
could,
their idea.
Mr. Tollett, if you could kindly articulate.
We agree with the exact way she put that, so.
Okay, wonderful. So then I have and then Deb, are we good? Ms. Kaufman, are we good for the record? Okay, wonderful.
Could I
Yes.
ask her to repeat it? Do you mind?
The class size would only apply to vocational and senior seminar classes, and the teacher workload could go to a maximum of 165 students.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Newton, seconded by Ms. Zook. And again, Commissioner, roll call, please.
Dr. Barth?
No.
Mr. Black? Yes. Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Dr. Hill? Yes. Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Thank you, motion carries. And then I will entertain a motion in regards to the last waiver topic, flexible classroom size. Time, apologies.
I'll move approval.
I second.
Okay, motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Dean. And our final roll call, Commissioner.
Dr. Barth?
Yes.
Mr. Black? Yes. Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Dr. Hill? Yes. Ms. Newton?
No.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
No.
6 yes, 2 no.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Tollett. We look forward to those promised reports in progress.
Thank you
The
so
best of
much.
luck for
I
this
do
fall.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Wonderful. Looking to my colleagues, can we proceed or break? Okay, so we will break for, can we say until 5 after? So 11:05 will reconvene. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I apologize. We do have a full agenda for today. Proceeding now to action item A5, district requests for waivers granted to open enrollment charters, the Bismarck School District. Ms. Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you. You've read that request, the Bismarck School District that you have, and I just wanted to let you know that they have made the request for 5 years through the 2021 school year. And Superintendent Susan Stewart is here to begin the presentation.
Ms. Stewart, and will anyone else be providing testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I brought some of my district and campus team members with me.
Fantastic, fantastic. So anyone planning to provide testimony, thank you for anticipating by standing, and if I could also kindly ask you to raise your right hand. I do need to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So, Ms. Stewart, you are recognized, and please, as each comes forward to provide testimony, if you can just state your name for the record, we would appreciate it.
Okay, and I'll have them go ahead and just kind of stand behind me if that's okay to expedite. I know it's getting close to lunch, and that is not where you want to be on the agenda, so.
I'm sorry, if you could all please just get close to the mic. This is live streamed, or as you speak, I apologize to say, if you can please speak into the mic. We are having a hard time catching people on the mic today.
Okay, Susan Stewart.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
Okay, as Ms. Perry stated, I am the superintendent of Bismarck School District, and I have been in the district for 8 years. So good morning, and I just want to thank you all for allowing us this opportunity to present to you today. We are requesting one waiver, and that is flexibility in the classroom time for students, for our seniors. But first, I'd like to take a moment just to tell you a little bit about our district. Bismarck is a small rural school district located between Hot Springs and Arkadelphia. We are an unincorporated community on Highway 84 in Hot Springs County near DeGray Lake. Our school provides education for just under 1,000 students in pre-K through 12, and we employ about 84 educators and 70 support staff. I apologize for the not so great quality of the map, but it's really hard to find a map that has Bismarck on it. So our millage rate is 41 mills, and each mill generates just a little under $65,000 for our district. Our free and reduced percent is 67%, and our district extends into areas where there is literally no cell phone or internet reception. So, in spite of competing with the larger, more affluent districts close by, our district continues to outrank most across the state when it comes to academics. Our elementary ranks in the top 10% in the state, and our high school in the top 1%. All 3 of our campuses have received either A's or B's in the state letter grading system. We're extremely proud of our students and our staff, and we feel that by personalizing our learning, we can obtain an even higher level of achievement. I'd like to take just a moment to share just a little bit about our elementary and middle school before I pass the presentation on to Mr. Newsom, my high school principal. Pictured here are some of our elementary students doing some group work, and they are utilizing technology to assist in their learning. On our campuses, we are trying to get close to one-to-one. It's a process. It takes some time, but we're working toward that. Our elementary serves about 350 students K through 4, in addition to housing a pre-K classroom of about 20 students who are itching to become kindergartners. And of course, we love to see those smiling faces every day. And here are some of our middle school students, and they are showing off their technology skills, doing a hands-on experiment, and a number of our inductees into the National Junior Beta Club from this past year. Our middle school serves 300 5th through 8th grade students, and we have tremendous support from our parents and our community members across the district, and it is evidenced by the success of our students. I'd like to take a moment to introduce our high school principal, Mr. Larry Newsom, and he is going to share a few things with you about his campus. Mr. Newsom.
Don't tear your mic up. Hello, my name is Larry Newsom. I'm honored to be the high school principal at Bismarck. I want to first of all thank each of you for allowing us to be here today to express our desire to be granted an attendance waiver for our students. At Bismarck, we serve approximately 315 students in grades 9 and 12. And as you can see in these photos here, our students are very interested, like most in the state, in the drone technology as they show their pride as they did the class of 16 as far as in other areas of technology in the makerspace and those type things. I'm very proud of our students and our teachers. Our high school ranks, like Ms. Stewart said, in the top 1% in the state on the PARCC exam, and we were only one of 5 high schools in the state to receive an A in the state rating system. So very proud of our students and our teachers for this accomplishment. We, along with our elementary, also received a reward for student academic growth through the Arkansas School Recognition Program. So I'm very proud of them for this. With the education our students receive in our district, many have gone on to medical school, pharmacy school, and other notable areas of study. We've also had many who have graduated with a degree in education and have actually came back to Bismarck to teach school there. So very, very proud of this. So as you can see, our students really see no boundaries when it comes to their ability to succeed, and I believe if this waiver is granted, it will benefit many of our students by providing them with the opportunity to do internships, job shadow, or volunteer in the community as they explore the various career choices. Also, at Bismarck, we strive to educate the whole child and provide them with opportunities they may not otherwise get to experience. While our main focus is on academics, we also believe each child should have the opportunity to participate in or attend extracurricular activities we provide. We have many students who have needs within their family and work hours that do not afford them this opportunity. If this waiver is granted, it will give our students who have to work the opportunity to work hours maybe earlier in the day that will allow them to be able to attend these activities in the evening. We are also very proud of our relationship. We're also very proud of our relationship with College of the Ouachitas. We have several juniors and seniors who attend both the Career Center to learn a trade and those who take college and career courses to get a head start on their college education and future careers. With this being said, as part of our waiver request, students enrolled in this program will be permitted the flexibility to attend approximately 10 to 15 additional clock hours per week of college and career courses, which I truly believe will benefit many of our students. I'm now going to pass this on to our curriculum coordinator, Ms. Ellen Coleman, and our school counselor, Ms. Jane Wilson, who will provide an outline for the waiver and our plan for implementation. Again, thank you very much, and I hope you sincerely consider our request.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ellen Coleman. I'm the K-12 curriculum coordinator for Bismarck School District. And I have the meat and potatoes of the waiver. So if you see them running, stop them. Bismarck High School is a school that strives for excellence, and it shows in our previous test scores and our present test scores. Our district provides a hands-on approach to learning by a group of very well educated and dedicated educators who are committed to our students and their success. Our goal is to prepare each student to reach their individual potential, which includes becoming lifelong learners who can become productive members of society and hopefully remain in our community. After watching the June key points, I was encouraged as well as excited to know that our student-focused goals and plan were right in line with the state's new system. To assist us in reaching our goal, we would like to provide a more personalized learning environment for our students by allowing our seniors the opportunity to complete their required coursework in less than 6 hours during the school day on our campus. By granting our district this flexibility, we will increase student achievement and engagement by allowing them the opportunity to see their futures and apply real-world skills in the core subjects. We anticipate seeing an increased attendance as well. Go ahead and change it one more. I missed the slide change. Excuse me. Based on our student survey, we have already identified several students as being eligible to participate in our plan, including internships, enrolling in post-secondary training, participating in community service projects, job shadowing, or secure paid employment. 84% of our seniors will need from 1 to 5 credits to graduate. We currently require 24 credits, and that is above the state minimum requirement. The students would continue to take their core courses on our campus, but these waivers would allow us the flexibility to provide them with the additional learning opportunities that both Mr. Newsom and I spoke about earlier. We have already contacted a large number of employers in our area and have begun compiling a list of those interested in providing employment opportunities for our students. As mentioned by Mr. Newsom, we already have a wonderful and very strong partnership with College of the Ouachitas in regard to our concurrent credit and career and technical courses, as well as the additional apprenticeship programs they have already begun to offer. We also have a well-established relationship with local charities, including Helping Hands, which is already a partner with us as far as offering our students community service opportunities. Ms. Stewart, Mr. Newsom, and myself are all long-standing members of our Bismarck Lions Club, and we also have agreed to make sure that our students have the option of participating in community service opportunities. For those students who are interested in areas we have available, or for those who may not have transportation, we have a list of internship opportunities such as a technology assistant and job shadowing opportunities with elementary teachers for those desiring a career in education. And I believe that will help us as far as growing our own. I don't know if I can go back. Let me go back. Go back one, please. Jane Wilson, our high school counselor, will meet with qualifying students and parents who are interested in participating in the program. They will complete an application outlining their area of interest. To be eligible to participate in the program, students must be on track to graduate, one factor being the 24 credits we require of them. For the 2016-17 school year, these meetings will take place in the summer before school starts in August. For the following school years, the counselor will meet with qualifying students and their parents during the CAP scheduling conferences, which are typically held in March. Our target is for qualifying students to clock approximately 10 to 15 hours per week off campus. To ensure students remain on track during the duration of the program, contracts, monitoring documentation, and a culminating project will be required. The school counselor and parental involvement coordinator will maintain the documentation and follow up with students. They will also maintain regular communication with the contact person for the business, organization, or learning institution that the student is involved with throughout the year. Students will be required to complete a culminating project at the end of the school year utilizing technology. This will give students the opportunity for reflection that we feel is necessary to understand what they've learned from these experiences and how it will help them in their future career choices. The counselor and parental involvement facilitator will be the main monitors for this program, so no additional staffing will be necessary and no additional funds will be needed as far as the district is concerned. The curriculum coordinator and superintendent will meet at the end of each semester and as needed with those responsible for monitoring the students in order to guide and assist. At the end of the school year, a number of students will be asked to present their culminating project to the school board, parents, and other key stakeholders. This will help to keep everyone actively involved, allow us to be transparent with our program, to provide public speaking opportunities for our students, and give our students a chance to showcase the work that they've done for the year. It wasn't that long ago when we learned about and began hearing the discussions regarding the possibility of requesting waivers for districts. We reached out to Scott Sides at the Arkansas Virtual Academy to ask how they were utilizing their waivers so that we would know how we could best serve our students in regards to flexibility and a personalized learning schedule. We have considered going the route of a conversion charter, but our decision was that we wanted to move quickly in order to implement this for our students. The conversion charter is something we will consider in our future, but we wanted to take action as soon as possible in order to provide this wonderful opportunity now rather than down the line. On May 16th, 2016, our board approved a resolution of the waiver request and is prepared to take whatever actions necessary to support us in this program. Many have expressed words of support, including parents, our high school leadership team, College of the Ouachitas, and teachers during their PLC times and staff meetings. We conducted a student survey where 98% of our upcoming seniors stated they would be interested in signing up for a program like this. An opportunity that would allow them to participate in an internship, college classes, working during the day, or volunteering in our community. These students also provided statements of support as to how the programs such as this would greatly benefit them. We've also received a lot of support from parents and community members who have seen the public announcements on our website and Twitter, as well as in the local newspaper. We have heard only positive feedback when it comes to this waiver request. In order to remain effective educators, we have to constantly change and evolve, just as the world around us does. Our goal is to see students reach their full potential. We want to offer them a variety of futures. We ask that you please grant our waiver request so that we can begin to establish a new tradition of greatness through more personalized learning for our amazing students. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, is there any opposition to this? Okay. Then you all have a few minutes, 5 minutes for any closing remarks.
Do you have any questions for us?
Okay. No, then most definitely we can open up to questions. Ms. Zook.
Well, I want to commend you to Ms. Perry in that this is the best, most well put together, easiest to follow application we have had to this point.
Thank you.
There was never any doubt what your plan was. There was never any doubt that you needed the waiver, why you needed the waiver, the involvement of your staff, the involvement of your students, the involvement of the community. I commend you for including the volunteer and civic portion of this. And as a result of that, I have no questions of you whatsoever.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barth.
Quick question. How many years are you asking?
For the 5 years.
It's a 5-year. I know.
Fantastic. Any additional questions or comments? Then I would entertain a motion from the board. Since there is just one waiver topic, if I'm understanding correctly, then we could, but just to clarify for the purposes of my colleagues, the waiver topic is the personalized learning for all students. But I would entertain a motion if there are no further questions.
I move that we approve Bismarck's waiver request.
Okay. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Chambers. Commissioner, if you could lead us kindly through a roll call.
Dr. Barth?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Motion unanimously carries. So Ms. Stewart and Mr. Newsome and everyone, best of luck with your effort. We look forward to hearing about your results, most
Thank
definitely.
you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you for putting together such a thoughtful application.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So moving on now. To get back. So to action item 6, actually, isn't it Brinkley?
A6 was withdrawn.
Okay. So A6 is, for the record, withdrawn. So moving on now then to action item A7. The district requests for waivers granted to open enrollment charters for the Glen Rose School District. And I would like a point of clarity because I do have an individual signed up to speak on this. And I didn't know if it was from the opposition or part of the district. Susan Blockberger?
She's actually the high school principal, and we'll
Okay,
be doing
fantastic,
the presentation.
fantastic. Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Perry, you're recognized.
Yes. Mary Perry, you've read the request from the Glen Rose School District. They have also requested the waivers that they're petitioning you for today for 5 years, beginning August 1st, 2016. And high school principal Susan Blockberger is here to present to you this morning.
Thank you. And Ms. Blockberger, will you be the only one speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do need to swear you in. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. If you could please say your name for the record.
I'm Susan Blockberger, the high school principal at Glen Rose.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our superintendent, Mr. Tim Holliker, is also here today with us. I just want to give you some background information on the Glen Rose School District. We are located in Hot Springs County and Saline counties, between Malvern and Benton. For the 15-16 school year, we provided education to 1,006 students and employed approximately 140 employees. The school district is made up of 3 schools: Glen Rose Elementary, which has grades kindergarten through 4th, with approximately 375 students, of which 65% are economically disadvantaged. Glen Rose Middle School has students in grades 5 through 8, with approximately 310 students, of which 54% are economically disadvantaged. Glen Rose High School has students in grades 9 through 12, with approximately 320 students, of which 49% are economically disadvantaged. Glen Rose High School provides opportunities for students to reach their academic goals. Students at Glen Rose High School can earn up to 18 concurrent credit college hours while they're in high school. We also currently offer 11 career pathways in our CTE program. We strive to provide opportunities for our students to be successful in college, in the workforce, and in society. Glen Rose Schools offers a variety of extracurricular programs for our students to help develop strong character traits and skills that will benefit them throughout their lives. We have a cooperative agreement with College of the Ouachitas to provide a career coach on our campus. We would like to build on this program to provide more opportunities for our students to explore career options and develop the skills that will help them to secure employment in the future. Students who are in grades 11th and 12th, we would like to be able to provide them the opportunity, if they are interested and are on track to graduate on time, the ability to participate in a program where they could participate in an internship, an apprenticeship, or job shadowing experience in our community. Our target, if a student is accepted in this program, would be for them to be able to complete up to 10 hours of service a week off our campus in these internships or apprenticeships or job shadowing experiences. Our career coach will help oversee the students enroll along with our high school counselor, maintain documentation, mentor and contact with students throughout this time frame, and be a source of contact for businesses in our surrounding areas. The waivers we are requesting apply to the hours of the school day, definition of planned instructional time, and mandatory attendance. We feel like we have done a good job in serving our college-bound students. Our mission is, however, to reach all students
to become responsible citizens and achieve academic and vocational success. This is the area we feel we need to move to work harder in, is getting our students prepared for vocational success. We would like to begin a program where our juniors and seniors can complete the required coursework at high school in less than 6 hours a day on our campus. This would give them the opportunity to enroll in post-secondary training, participate in community service projects, job shadowing, internships, or secure paid employment. The students would continue to take their core classes on our high school campus. In the 16-17 school year, 78% of our seniors need 3 or fewer credits to graduate. The mission of Glen Rose High School is to provide students the opportunities to develop personal growth and character, helping students to become responsible citizens, achieving academic and vocational success, and acquiring skills needed to be successful in a technology-oriented world. By allowing our students opportunities to pursue educational adventures off of our campus during the day, we'll be helping our students develop the soft skills that employers are looking for, and we will be helping to work towards our mission of having our students successful in vocational areas. We strongly believe that providing these additional off-campus opportunities for our students will develop real-world experiences for them that will help them with their career choices in their lives. We expect to see a number of benefits such as these to our students. By this program, the real-world experiences and the career exploration will be the greatest benefit for our students in developing a plan for their life after high school. We expect to see a decrease in the number of upperclassmen who have poor grades in elective courses that they are placed in to fill up the time of their school day. We expect students in this program to be highly engaged in activities they see as relevant for their future careers, which will play a role in a decrease in discipline and an increase in student attendance. We would like to begin this program this fall. We actually have a student who has been accepted into College of the Ouachita's new apprenticeship program for electrician. They will be taking classes at night on the College of the Ouachita campus. They will be paired with an electrician, which they will have to work alongside of for a number of hours in this program. This student would greatly benefit from the flexibility of these waivers would provide to complete their hours of working alongside of their assigned electrician. Our career coach will monitor students throughout the year, and students will complete a accumulating project in the spring. The waivers we are asking for are the waivers that have been granted to Arkansas Virtual Academy. The Arkansas Virtual Academy uses its waivers in part to allow students to have a personalized schedule that fits their individual needs. The Glen Rose High School campus is a traditional campus setting where students are in classes for 6 hours a day. The waiver would allow our students to be able to develop personalized learning plans for them that would allow them to have experiences such as these. The Glen Rose School District and our community wants to do what's best for students. We want all students to be prepared for college and the workforce when they leave high school. It is our goal to provide students with the opportunities to help make them successful. The granting of these waivers, we believe, will help our district move forward into helping prepare our students to be successful for the vocational fields that they choose.
Thank you. Ms. Blockberger, and there's no opposition, correct, Ms. Perry? Do you have any closing remarks that you'd like to say before we open to questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So to my colleagues, questions or comments? Ms. Zook.
Another well-done application. Thank you. It's easy to get to know your school and your time. Is it my remembering correctly, in Glen Rose, one of the districts that we've had a lot of, that y'all have limited connectivity?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. I thought I
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
you're
Our
in
community
Representative Bragg's area.
Our community
right.
has no internet providers to
Right.
them, but the
Okay,
school
I thought I remembered
does have internet
Representative
service.
Bragg and I've had conversations about that. Okay, will all the students be eligible or just those with a certain grade point and in certain grades?
They would have to have a 2.0 or higher grade point average and have enough credits to be on track to graduate on time by their senior year.
Okay, and do you have business partners already lined up?
We have started compiling a list of business partners and our partnership with Kodo for their apprenticeship program.
And how
And
close
we're working
to-
on adding more.
Yeah, how close to College of Ouachita's are you?
Probably takes 10 to 15 minutes to get there
So,
from our campus.
A student would have to have transportation, or will you all be providing that?
Well, we already have a partnership with the Career Center that is located on College of Ouachita's campus, which we transport students to that. But for this, such as our student that's in the apprenticeship program this fall, those classes are at night. Those students have to provide their own transportation to that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
An additional question that I have, and I'll then defer to my colleagues. Have you spoken with teachers in
Yes,
your
ma'am.
district about
Yes,
this?
ma'am.
And what was their
The high
response
school,
reaction?
we had a faculty meeting to go over it because I did not want fears of, because there is a lot of media attention that's been brought to the waiver process. So I outlined exactly what waivers we would be applying for, so our high school teachers would know exactly what we're asking for. And they are very supportive because everyone in our area sees the need that we need to address the need to help address our students that are wanting to go straight into the workforce. We're meeting our college student needs, and this is where we want to improve.
Thank you, Ms. Buckler. Additional questions or comments from my colleagues?
So it's just 11th and 12th?
Yes, sir. Just 11th and 12th grade only.
Great.
Okay. Additional comments or questions? Seeing none, Ms. Perry, the waiver topic here, I think, was just, it was written as a broad one, right? In terms of requesting waiver for 5 years. It seems to me that the two blocks are school day hours and definition of planned instructional time. Is that correct?
It's really the flexibility.
Okay, it's just the flexibility.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we could just have one motion.
Yes, this is very similar to the waiver
Yeah.
request you just considered.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So with that, to my colleagues, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve this flexibility waiver?
Thank you. Okay, motion made by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Ms. Dean. Commissioner, roll call.
Dr. Barth?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
Motion unanimously carries. Thank you so much, Ms. Blockberger. Best of luck to you. We look forward to hearing about your results.
Thank you very much.
Now, moving on to action item A8, district request for waivers granted to open enrollment charters for the Southeast cooperative districts. And just as a point of clarity to my colleagues, we will be considering all of these together. Is that correct, Ms. Perry?
You certainly may take them as one block. Absolutely. They're requesting exactly the same thing, and there'll be one presentation that the director of the Southeast Southeast Arkansas Educational Cooperative, Karen Oath, is going to lead you through.
Okay, wonderful.
You also have a packet of materials that's been placed up there for you. It's some additional materials that were came today that you have not had a chance to see, some supporting documentation that Ms. Oath will discuss with you when she comes forward to do her presentation. I do want to make you aware, you've got the list, and each district did a separate request did come in for 13 school districts that all are served by the Southeast Arkansas Educational Cooperative, and these requests have been made for a period of 1 year. 1 year. And Ms. Oath is here to begin the presentation. There are representatives from the districts present as well today.
Fantastic. I recall when we did this last time, we heard everyone together as a presentation and voted in the end as a block of all of them. I do want to, though, to make sure I'm gauging the pleasure of the board. Would that be the pleasure of the board on this occasion as well? I just wanted to give opportunity if anyone wanted to consider anyone individually.
I don't want to consider them individually, but I would like for each representative of the district to make a verbal commitment that they will do, in fact, what if we approve this waiver, not just you speaking for them.
Okay, and I would like for the representatives from each district to come and stand behind me while I make this.
That would be great. And actually, I'd like to be able to swear all of you in as well. And if I could just ask Ms. Perry, I do have a Nathan White here from the Star City School District. Is that one of the participants, correct? Not in opposition? It's just for the public
That
comments?
is not in opposition.
That is not in opposition. Okay, I just wanted to clarify again. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And apologies to all to make you stand up there in a comfortable way, but we sure do appreciate you indulging us this, very much so, and the opportunity to swear you all in and to put you all on record. So if I could have all of you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. And so with that, we recognize Ms. Eof, and if you could please kindly say your name for the record and your title, we would appreciate it.
I'm Karen Oath, and I'm the director of the Southeast Arkansas Education Service Cooperative. And you have a lengthy packet that I want to refer to because it really tells the story for our schools. And you have a list of all the representatives. We are asking for the waivers for 1 year. You have a list of the specific waivers that we are asking for. They all pertain to placing teachers in the classroom. Our goal and vision in each one of these schools is that we place the most highly qualified leader in teacher in every classroom in Southeast Arkansas. And because we recognize on all of our vision and mission statements in our schools that the greatest impact upon student achievement is the teacher. And so we are asking for these waivers because we have a severe teacher shortage in our area. And I'm going to give you a little background and some data sheets that clarify that teacher shortage. We realized this problem was coming. That is how we arrived here. In September of 2015, we realized that a teacher shortage was coming when a large number of seasoned veteran teachers stated to us publicly that this would be their last year of teaching. They were retiring. And so if you will look at right after the summary, we on page 1A, we have listed by specific districts the number of teaching positions that we still have open. As of this week, they are 64. The number of teachers that retired May 2016, and also for further reference, the starting teacher's salary for both the bachelor's and the master's. We do know that we have a problem. The shortage in our area has a number of factors that have been clarified, and you've heard those today. I will not reiterate all of those that have already been brought before you, but I will give you some specific information that is pertinent to our area. We have worked with, since September 2015, ADE. We have worked with our workforce readiness partners. We have worked with our local colleges. We have worked with every source that we thought could help us in this teacher shortage. We have left no stone unturned, and we still have 64 openings as of this week. In your data packet, you also have what tells the tale, most specifically, is data sheets as of this Monday from each district profiling. If you will start on pages 1 and I believe they go through 26, 27. They profile by each one of our districts that are asking for these waivers, the certified positions that are still open in the district, the grade level or title, the number of applications that applied, the number of applications interviewed, and some of them also added if a job was offered and if a job was refused by someone who turned down that job. Then the second part of those individual data sheets you will see before you is what measures have you considered to fill the position. And I would love for you to turn to page 7 where DeWitt's profile is. And the superintendent had listed the certified positions still open as of Monday, and 2 have been added since then, 2 more retirements, an elementary counselor and another biology teacher. And she's listed the what measures she's considered to fill these applications. And on page 8, you will see a full detail of all of the measures that this school district has done. And then you'll see over the last year, knowing that this shortage had arrived, what agencies, what organizations, what partners we have reached out to help us in this. So the tale that is told from page 1 through 27 is profiled by district, but the summary is 64 teachers that we do not have to fill our classrooms, with our goal and vision of finding the most highly qualified that we could find. And then if you will turn to the report starting on page 28, which is a research report done by the House Interim and Senate Committee on Education, dated April 12, 2016, by the Bureau of Legislative Research. And if you will notice, I have the teacher preparation programs that have statewide. And if you will note, it covers all of the traditional training programs and also the non-traditional routes as well. It leaves no stone unturned. And if you will note that again, statewide, we have a downturn in the number of teachers that are going through both traditional and non-traditional, from 8,255 in 2010 to 5,258 in 2015. This impacts us, but we are further impacted by our local teacher preparation colleges, which Ms. Pfeiffer told you the downturn at UAM, which most directly affects us. In fall 2016, the numbers that I were given were 9, and when we clarified 9 student teachers, 2 of those have dropped out, and now we only have 7 to supply these 64 openings in our area. We are at a crucial shortage. Also, the data shows that the teacher turnover rate in high minority, high poverty schools is larger than any other area, and that would cover our Delta region. So we not only have a teacher turnover rate, we have the highest teacher turnover rate. The teacher attrition on page 31 also tells the same data, that an average that we lose 15.29 teachers after 1 year of teaching. That also impacts our area of the state. And then if you look on page 32, it speaks to the difficulty in high minority, high poverty areas of offering competitive salaries. And that is the reason for giving you on the first summary sheet, 1A, our beginning salary at both the bachelor's and the master's degree. So that data speaks to this problem as well. And then we look at the teacher survey, and a number of our teachers were surveyed for this research report, and it also speaks to response as to why we have a teacher shortage in our area. Perhaps one of the most telling informal data things that we have done is we have placed a large shoebox in our co-op, and as hundreds of teachers come to our co-op in the summer, we ask one simple question: why do we have a teacher shortage in Southeast Arkansas? The teachers' response were very frank and honest. The highest number of responses was teacher pay scale, 2, lack of recreation in rural areas for single teachers, and 3, the challenges of teaching in today's society. So the teachers also recognize this. I will also state that our teachers are on our interview committees trying to help us find other teachers. They are our best source of trying to help us find other teachers to teach, because the burden falls to them when we have openings and we cannot find qualified teachers. And then the other data that I think is so telling starts on page 34, and it's our board resolutions. Our board resolutions are done by the Southeast Co-op, every member school, and then individually by the schools. I now have 11 of the 13. You only have 9 in your packet. 2 were passed last night, one by Drew Central and one by the Cossack School District. And I might note that Drew Central had a board meeting in the dark because of the weather. But we now have 11 of the 13, and Monticello will have, it's on their board agenda on July 26th, and on Warren's board agenda for July 18th. So we all recognize the seriousness of this problem, and we are asking waivers 1 year so that we can continue to work on this problem. Knowing what the factors are does not solve the problem in our area. We have a serious shortage, and with these waivers, we can put the most qualified degreed person that we can find in these positions this year and try to continue them through the route of passing their practice exams, but it will also allow them to be teachers of records and receive teacher pay. That is what we're asking for. And I will also, on the last page of your packet, we are also working with a new partner, and we have a July 21st meeting with our new partner, National Apprenticeship Training Foundation, because when they reviewed the data of the shortage in our area, they said indeed that we would be a prime candidate for a teacher apprenticeship program, and that they would be willing to come and work with us starting on July 21st at our first meeting to apply for a grant in September, or be included in a grant to help us start a in-depth teacher apprenticeship program.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Off. You all still have 9 minutes left on the time, and as Ms. Zook did kindly request, if each of the superintendents or representatives of the district could come forward and say a few words in regards to their districts and their intentions as regarding this proposal, we would appreciate it. And again, if you could kindly start off by stating your name for the record, our court reporter would appreciate that.
My name is Max Dyson. I'm superintendent of Hamburg School District. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. We're facing a real problem in Southeast Arkansas. 38 years is how long I've been in this business. I never envisioned 38 years ago, Coach Hill, when I started coaching, that I would see this type of effort put forth to try to find not only teachers but coaches. We have our football coach says, you know, I've got an applicant, we want to get him here, but his wife says, I'm not moving to Southeast Arkansas. Southeast Arkansas is a great place, but we truly have to grow our own, and we are working on that tirelessly right now as we speak. And I hope you support our effort here to make sure that we continue to educate the students of Southeast Arkansas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby Ackland, Superintendent Warren School District. Really, I just did what our director has said. For 7 years, I was principal at Conway Junior High School, and then on to North Little Rock for 24 years as assistant superintendent, and then my last 3 years, 2 years at Dollaway and 2 years at Warren. But I didn't know that there was a teacher shortage when I was in Conway. And I didn't know that there was a teacher shortage my 24 years in North Little Rock. But when I got to Dollaway and then to Warren, I find out that it's almost an epidemic. And so we asked that you would consider our waiver request for this year that's been presented to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Dr. Lynn Durden. I'm the superintendent of the DeWitt School District. Our goal at DeWitt is to provide every child with the most highly qualified educator in every classroom that we possibly can. Our vision for the district includes providing our students not only with the social, emotional, and academic, but technological support and guidance that will allow them to become productive members of society. We perform on state tests higher than most. Our letter grades are all A's, B's, or C's. Our goal is A's for all, and by approving these waivers, you're going to help us to achieve our vision where we can give the opportunity to place persons with content knowledge who are seeking to secure teacher licensures in those areas in front of our students instead of having to put a substitute off the street without content knowledge in those areas. So we would ask that you consider the problems that we are having in Southeast Arkansas and know that each and every one of us is working diligently and actually beating down every door that we possibly can. And there are probably people at the colleges and universities that when they see my name come up on their phone, they don't want to talk to me anymore because, I'm calling constantly to say, anybody else entered your program? Can you give me telephone numbers? We cold call kids that are graduating to try to get them to come and interview because I have great kids. I have kids that score 5s on AP exams. One of the Girls State delegates from Arkansas to Girls Nation was my student. One of the 2 Senate Youth representatives from Arkansas was my student. So I have great kids, and I want great teachers in those classrooms, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. I brought Ms. Vaught along with me. She's a loaned educator.
Yes,
And,
we do remember having the
year-
privilege, many of us, of
this
getting
year she has
to
70
congratulate
years,
her.
70 years in education. She's still 71 years in education in 15 days. We
An
also
impressive
favor-
woman all around. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are so thrilled that you're here
We're
again.
also
And
facing
if you
a-
could also kindly say your name, though, your name as
Billy
well for the
Adams,
record. I sure would
Superintendent of
appreciate
Lakeside
it.
School
Thank you so
District.
much.
We're also facing the same problem that other school districts are facing. I would say that just recently, we partnered with the Teach for America, and then this is the first year that we didn't give them a list. In the past, we partnered with Teach for America in 2001. Prior to that, we grew our own. We worked with Malcolm and William and Thomas Gathan. They brought Malcolm and William, Teach to Grow Your Own with the Walton Foundation. And out of that, we got about 7 teachers. Those teachers are still there. As I said, 2001, Teach for America came along, and we got a ton of teachers. This year, we were able to get 3 from 17. So Teach for America no longer able to provide the supply of teachers that we actually need. So at this point, if we're asking for a waiver to allow us to have a Teach for America, which has a provisional license in Algebra 1, and she has 38 kids to be able to teach geometry. Well, she has a license of a 254 license, but she can only teach 8th grade Algebra 1 and 9th grade Algebra 1. Has a strong background. She team taught with a teacher last year in geometry, 83 kids. So therefore, if we're able to get this waiver, then she can be able to teach geometry to those 83 kids. And if you divide 121 kids, that's about 17 kids a period. So therefore, you can't get an ALP on a provisional teacher. You can't ask for a waiver on a provisional teacher. Now, I can have a tenured teacher, which is a PE coach, that can go in and I get a waiver for 2 years, maybe get cited that second year and teach nothing. But this person has a background in it, and that's what we're asking you to do, to grant us a waiver to be able to do that. And we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gary Williams, Superintendent at CrossIT. This is my first year in Southeast Arkansas. I came from Northeast Arkansas, where my previous district did not experience this problem. Day one, July 1 last year, I entered into a situation where we did not have teachers available and worked throughout the remainder of the summer, and it wasn't until January of 16 that we were able to fill all of our positions with teachers. Currently, we still have 7 spots open for teachers this year. If this waiver is granted, 5 of those spots we could fill with degreed individuals who have some background in the content that we're asking them to teach, so it would give us a lot of relief pretty quick, and we still have some work to do. CrossIT is a wonderful town, as Southeast Arkansas is a wonderful place. I feel we do have the talent there to grow our own teachers. We are starting the teacher cadet program at CrossIT this year. We are speaking to our teachers, and they've done a wonderful job recruiting other teachers to our area. We've had 3 hires that our teachers encouraged them to come work at CrossIT because they do find it to be a great place to live and work. And we just need to get the people into our district to experience that and retain them. We did have a lot of turnover this year, mainly because of retirement, or those who we've recruited in the past returned to other parts of the state, central, northern Arkansas, that they were just looking to get closer to their family. They all left in a positive way and felt good about the district. They just wanted to get closer to home. So we do recognize that growing our own teachers is essential to solving this problem, and this waiver would grant us some additional time to work on that solution for this problem, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And prior to speaking, just to say that that was the 20 minutes overall, but with the indulgence of my colleagues on the board, I'd like to use my discretion, Chair, in allowing each of our district representatives to speak, although I will kindly ask if you could stay brief, but we would still like for each of you to speak on the record. And again, if you could kindly state your name for the record.
My name is Thomas Gathan. I'm superintendent of the McGee School District. I have been an educator for 43 years, and I'll go on record as saying this is the most difficult year that I've ever experienced in the 21 years I've been a superintendent in recruiting staff. In the McGee School District, we lost this year 15 teachers, instructional staff out of 105 employed district-wide. And in order to replace those individuals, we're having to do some unusual thing. I actually had my high school principal to recruit his brother from Virginia to teach science for us, and that's going to cause a problem for him with his staff. But that's how difficult it is. This is also the first year I can remember that I'm experiencing problem trying to hire elementary teachers. We normally had a surplus of elementary teachers. At this particular point, we are short 3 elementary teachers because of deficiencies in the praxis exam. I'm also having a unique problem that I'm having to hire employ a non-certificated person in health and PE, and that has to do with the location, the rural setting of the McGee School District in terms of our recruitment. And so I could probably go on, but I'm going to try to go with what you requested and not do anything.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christy Ridgewood. I'm the superintendent at Dormont School District. As you all are aware, I made appearance here on numerous occasions, and you all know I've had a challenge in recruiting and retaining teachers. So I just ask that you consider this waiver so we can kind of get those classrooms filled with high-quality college graduates to commit to passion for our teaching of our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Camille Stair, the Director of Special Programs for the Dumas School District. This is my 20th year, and 6 of those years were served as the Recruitment and Retention Program Advisor for the Department of Education, where I actually laid the groundwork for the Teacher Cadet Program. So I am very familiar with all of the challenges that we face in our state for recruiting, especially in Southeast Arkansas. here there in the Dumas School District. We still have approximately over 10 positions that we need to fill, and so we are really we're really hoping that you will grant our waiver request so that we can make sure that we have the best possible people in our classrooms to educate our children for academic success. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David King, and I'm principal at Rising High School with the Cleveland County School District. Over the last 3 years, we've had an English position, a math, a science, and a choir position come open. And during that time, we only had one applicant for each position. Fortunately, they were licensed individuals. This year, we're facing, my biggest fear is that we're looking at 1 month from opening the doors to our students, and we have a science position open, and we do not have a licensed applicant for that position. While there are some out there that are qualified, at this time we're not able to pursue them, and that's why we're here today to ask this request for this waiver to help us put the best candidate in those positions.
Thank you.
My name is Nathan White. I'm the Director of Student Services for the Star City School District, and I'd just like to reiterate what everyone else has said. We're having a hard time filling these positions. I'm from the Delta area. I grew up there. My parents were teachers there, and it's nothing new getting people to come back to Southeast Arkansas. So we really hope that y'all will take into consideration the things that have been said and that we're saying, and approve these waivers so that we can go on and fill these spots. We have 4 currently that I know of off the top of my head. Last year we had 3 elementary positions and we had 3 elementary teachers apply. We're kind of in the same boat that they were, in that they were all certified and we snatched them up as we could. Currently right now we're needing a science teacher and we haven't had any qualified applicants. So we have somebody in mind that has a science background. She just doesn't have a science teaching license. So once again, we hope that you will approve these waivers, and we appreciate your time and consideration. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I'm Billy Williams, Superintendent of Drew Central Schools. And of course, again, I'd like to reiterate what my colleagues have shared today. But you can have great leadership in these buildings. You can have great leadership at the district level. But there's no doubt the difference maker is that person in front of the classroom. I'm here today to ask your assistance with this waiver. All of us colleagues, you look at our salaries and no, we're not happy with them, but we're competitive among each other. And even though we swap out teachers from time to time for different reasons, we still get along with each other, and we have a wonderful co-op in Southeast Arkansas where great professional development, training those teachers so that when they get in front of those kids, they can make a difference. And so I'm honored today to be here. I'm asking for your serious consideration concerning this matter, because it will make a difference. And when it's about students, I know you care and we care. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Sandra Lanehart, and I'm the superintendent at Monticello School District. And you've heard from all of my colleagues, and we're kind of all in the same boat. Right now, I'm looking for a middle school English teacher and a science teacher, a speech pathologist. I've got some name for a special ed teacher and a music teacher that I'm taking before my board. And hopefully that will work out. But we would sincerely appreciate your consideration of this matter that would enable us to put the best qualified degreed person in those classes. I think we've all, the applicants just aren't there. And it's been kind of a very mobile year. I've lost many young teachers because the economy and their spouses were having to accept jobs in other parts of the country. So many of my teachers left because their spouse had to relocate. Then also, as my colleagues have said, we're just not getting those applicants. And with UAM, which is our main source of teachers, and this year just 7 out there, they just, they just aren't there. And just like for the English position that I have open, I've got 2 very promising candidates that lack the Praxis 2 exam. So that's kind of where we are, and I would really appreciate your consideration of this matter today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for speaking, standing, both literally, but then also obviously metaphorically as well behind this. I have been made aware of an opposition to this proposal, and so since we've past our 20 minutes, I would like to invite you all to sit down and rest your legs for a moment, and then Ms. Tracy Nelson, I would like to recognize you to speak. And please, for the Ms. Off and for the districts to know, you will have 5 minutes at the end for closing remarks. Ms. Off, or sorry, Ms. Nelson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner Key, and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to join you today. My name is Tracy Ann Nelson. I'm the Executive Director of the Arkansas Education Association, and I'm here on behalf of our President, Brenda Robinson, our board, and our members across the state of Arkansas. While this opportunity is reserved for our President, I'm here in her stead as she is out of the state today. As the State Board reviews applications for waivers to our state laws and all that governs districts' delivery of education to our students, we at AEA continue to be troubled by the nullification of the important structures that have been developed over decades in Arkansas to ensure that each and every child has the best possible chance at a quality education experience. We understand the need to evolve as a system and as a delivery mechanism. As you know, AEA vigorously opposed Act 1240. And as we march down the road of waivers, we value this board's deliberation over their effects and the process by which they go into effect. AEA has concerns with the process by which waivers are being sought and approved. I'd like to thank the board for the important queries that you posed today that brought forth questions around core subject certification and licensure, around class size waivers and class loads, as well as, it's not been brought up today, but also waivers of duty-free lunch, because those 3 impacts are directly on students and teachers, and they're the ones accountable. Core subject certification and licensure should be, waivers should be offended, should be considered with graveness, because core subject certification impacts student outcomes. We know that certification in any other profession would not be tolerated, but for some reason it is with teachers. Class size waivers and loads only impact students and teachers, and waivers for duty-free lunch should cause board members to query which profession would you require people to not have that time. In reviewing the applications before you this week, we request that you take note of the inconsistent procedures utilized by districts around the state. The Southeast Education Co-op, made up of the 13 school systems, we understand the teacher shortage and shortfall that is significant to them that they face in each district. But we can't continue to abuse the profession by denigrating teachers and the need for certification in that profession, not give teachers support and expect people to stay in the profession. There's a direct impact. The state board's consideration should include the following: how the waiver application supports or complements the district's vision and strategic goal. What are the specific benefits to students if these waivers are granted? What are the expected academic gains to students if these waivers are granted? So to just eliminate certification to have a warm body before students does not mean you have good student outcomes. Whether the waiver is consistent with district policy, it is important to recognize that the state board may allow a waiver for flexibility, but whether the district can exercise it depends upon district policy. In the end, it is upon the district to effectuate the waiver. The fiscal impact of the waiver. Will there be additional cost associated with the waiver? And if so, what is the source of the funding? If funds are saved, what are the planned uses for those savings? What effects will the waiver have on current academic, fiscal, and or facilities status? Will the waiver help the district to alleviate the distress issues or hinder the district's progress? Will the waiver cause any district issues? Will the use of the requested waiver cause any issues with the district's compliance with the standards of accreditation? Will the use of the requested waiver assist the district in resolving any accreditation issues? How has the charter school effectively applied this waiver, and how do you expect to implement the effectiveness in your district? Has the local school board approved the use of the requested waiver, and if so, is there a resolution from that board? Have you notified the staff that you intend to request and implement these waivers? If so, what methods of notification did we use, and how often were the notifications sent out or publicized? If you've not notified the staff, how and when do you plan on notifying them? Have you notified the parents and the community that you intend to request and implement these waivers? If so, what methods of notification were used, and how often were those notifications publicized? We understand the need for flexibility in school districts and the challenges of not being able to find educators to stand in classrooms before students. But that should not allow certification to be so easily withdrawn. Certification was developed to improve what mechanism we deliver to students in terms of their education. At AEA, we help educators execute their success on the praxis exam, and we look forward to working with districts to help identify candidates in order for them to meet the certification requirements, as that seems to be part of our challenge. The other component that I'd urge us to evaluate is, as we pursue certification waivers, what remediation for students in college now looks like, because remediation is a cost to the student, to the family, to the school system, to the university system. As those needs continue to increase, we need to review the impact of waivers on remediation and outcomes for students. I don't want to belabor this discussion too long. You know our position. We are concerned about Act 1240 and the waivers and their widespread criteria that's used to put them into place. We urge you as the board to protect our students, educators, and public education as we deliver it to our students. Thank you for careful consideration and for the opportunity to share our concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. And so with that, from Ms. Off or anyone from the districts, you all have 5 minutes for closing remarks.
Again, our goal and vision for each one of our school districts that are here today is to place the highest quality teacher we can find in our school districts. As we've stated over and over again by all of our superintendents and our curriculum people speaking, if we could find them, we would put them in the classroom immediately. Immediately. Nothing is better than a highly qualified, trained teacher in the classroom. It's the greatest impact on student achievement. It's in all of our mission and vision statements. If we could find them, we would put them in the classroom. Our problem is we cannot find them. If you will look on our data sheets, it is not because we have not been trying. We have been out there working. Our college recognizes the problem. Our legislative body recognizes the problem. If you have an easy fix, we would back you. If we could find a totally certified teacher to put in every one of our 64 openings, we would put them in there. We can't find them. So we are doing the next best thing that we know to do is come before you and basically beg for mercy, because we are at that point. We understand, and I agree with all of them that has been said, the teacher is the difference. The teacher is the difference. We just cannot find 64 fully certified teachers that have passed all their tests to place in the classroom, and school is coming August 15th, ready or not, it will start. So we beg for these waivers so that we can continue on to find the most highly qualified teacher we can with a degree in the highest area of content expertise we can find to place in our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Off. And before I turn it over to my colleagues, to also on a personal note, say how much I appreciate every single one of y'all and your passion, obviously for our students, for our teachers, for the districts. And please know, since joining the board, and for many of us who've been here multiple years, it's sometimes with regret when we get to develop closer relationships with the superintendent, because it's usually because of a crisis situation, and where it excites me to see so many faces of folks we've gotten to know over the years. It's regrettable that it many times is because of these. The fire, the house is burning down, it's a fire, and we're being asked to do something about it. And so to see something at this proactive level is obviously something that is encouraging and a testament to how great everyone is in the Delta and the Southeast. And for any of you that have known me or known my staff and know I run 3 immigrant resource centers down in the Delta, I find myself frequently in Monticello, McGee, and Jonesboro. And so I do feel very, very passionately about the region as well. And you are doing an amazing job with your students, who I've been privileged to hire and work with and benefit from, especially your Latino students, which is also a testament to the changes in the Delta and you all's commitment to reacting to the population there. And so I wanted to just say, before we turn over to the broader conversation here, because obviously teachers do matter so much, and there are broad implications for this. At the same time, I did want to say, we see you in the Delta, we know the challenges, and we're appreciative that today's conversation is about trying to find a solution. And so I just wanted to thank you all for that. And with that, I turn it over now to my colleagues. I see Ms. Zook, or actually the Commissioner.
Actually, I think Ms. Pfeffer has some information that she'd like to share with the board to help your discussion.
Thank you. And really what I want to do is to try to summarize some of this, but also acknowledge some of Ms. Nelson's comments, because I agree that we want to value the profession and keep valuing the profession. And I can't help but think, when I look at the educators who've come here from the Southeast Co-op, and to also have here with them Ms. Vaught, after 71 years of education, if she is here speaking on behalf, I think that ought to help you feel more comfortable that this is not a group coming to you advocating for for lesser quality. This is not a group coming to you advocating for shortcuts or shortchanging kids. Just 3 points that I think really helped me to understand when I talked to them. They are willing to only ask you for this waiver for 1 year. This is not, they do not want this to be their permanent story. They want their future to turn around and be different. So I look at this as possibly an opportunity for us to step back, reset, look at this as an opportunity to maybe bring some people to the profession who would step in this 1 year and fall in love with the profession, fall in love with the community. And this time next year, I would like to see any and all of the people who come in who are not eligible to be hired with a provisional or standard license to be enrolling in a program or to become eligible for that provisional or standard license. So I think that should be a goal, and we'll work with them to help maybe make that a realization. This really may be an opportunity to start a new grow your own approach in this area. The other thing, they talk a lot about partnerships with higher ed. Ms. Oaks looking at a grant opportunity. I think it's an opportunity for AEA and the co-op to really work together. AEA offering some support in terms of helping those who maybe have the credentials to meet AQT requirements and would be eligible to be employed as a teacher of record, working with them so that then they could become eligible for the provisional license to either enter a program or to become a candidate who can be licensed through the PPTL route. So those are the things that I've really looked at. The other thing is this year we are building in a field into eSchool. We'll be able to track in every school teachers who are teaching core courses for which they are not licensed, and the reason for which they're not licensed, whether they're teaching that course and they're on an ALP, a long-term sub, whether they're teaching that course because of a charter school waiver, an Act 1240 waiver, or a School of Innovation waiver. That's going to be huge for us to be able to sit here next year and talk about and to analyze and look at, and also look at those student outcomes. I think that all these superintendents realize that regardless of the person they put in the classroom, student academic growth and achievement can't suffer. And if it does, it's going to be evident in their school's data. And they do not want to put people in their schools that are going to negatively impact students. But right now, I think the biggest question is, what other option do they have when they have 64 openings and they have no people to fill? So those are just my comments, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ms. Pfeffer. I think Ms. Zook.
Yes. First of all, I have 40 years of roots in Southeast Arkansas, so I applaud your schools, and I appreciate your circumstance and feel for that. I know that we had the Dumas School District and UA Monticello come to us a few months back, I'm not exactly sure, was it a year ago, and asked for a way to get some teachers in there prior to passing, and I was wondering if the Dumas superintendent could speak to if that's working, and are you happy, or and is that similar to what we're trying to do here?
Before my colleague from Dumas gets here, we hired
Sure,
two.
so you're not from Dumas?
No, ma'am.
You're confused.
Oh, okay. Max Dyson, Hamburg
Right.
School District.
Yes.
We hired two people because of the efforts that Dumas was able to work with y'all and make that happen. We hired them. Then when they became fully licensed, we hired them as teachers during the year, and it's working out great for us. Thank you.
Great, great. And same thing for you.
Yes, we had two interns from UAM that we hired the second semester, and actually with our Pathways to Mentoring program, I actually mentored those two teachers to make sure that they had the foundation that they needed as the project director for the district, and they are still there. They are at both of our elementary campuses.
Well, I'm
so
happy,
very successful.
I'm happy the program is working. I'm happy the students are benefiting,
Yes.
but I'm also pleased that they're staying.
Yes.
Because that was one of the concerns that we had, is if we put in all this time and energy and then some other district outside the Southeast.
Yes, and they are
benefit.
actually part of the Grow Your Own program, so they were actually from that area. So we know that they were going to invest time and energy into the success of our students, and so, you know, it has worked out well for us.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Barth.
Yeah, from Ms. Pfeffer,
For Ms. Pfeffer.
yeah,
Ms.
from
Alsh.
Ms. Pfeffer.
Yes.
A couple of things. Thank you. In terms of our equity plan that's been filed with the federal department, what are the potential implications of this on that?
The key will be to have the data, which I think having the additional information in eSchool is going to be helpful. All of this will be reported in the equity plan. I think most of the schools in this co-op area are going to be included in the high poverty, high minority schools, and I think it will further show the equity gaps that we have in all schools' ability to attract and retain teachers who are experienced teaching in their field of teaching in their assigned field of licensure. And so as we have that information, then we go from there and look at what are the strategies that are needed. I think that gives us more information that we use to say, what are the strategies that are really going to work? What are those strategies to really focus our efforts? We will be looking at opportunities like the expanded uses of Title IIA funds under ESSA, combining that with the data from the equity plan. So, you know, these districts are going to have a pretty close relationship with us at a lot of levels, because we're going to be looking at things like that they're doing and opportunities that we can do to help. There'll be opportunities to use Title IIA funds for teacher preparation academies, and maybe something that will grow out of this is a partnership with the co-op and local organizations in terms of preparing teachers, maybe looking at preparation in a little bit of a new way, looking at preparation that can include more hands-on experiences within a school district while they're also getting their content and pedagogy background. So I think that there are a lot of opportunities to bring these two efforts together. But all of this will be a part of our future data that is reported.
Thanks. And, you know, one area of concern, something we obviously spent a chunky yesterday dealing about were PLSB issues.
Yes.
And that is an area I have some concern in terms of the ethics training, or lack thereof, I guess, in some of these cases. What kind of professional development related to ethics will these individuals get? And so I'll let you answer that, and I'll probably have a follow-up question.
Okay. Non-licensed educators are not held to the code of ethics in the same way that a licensed educator is, okay, because they have no license for you to take action on should there be a violation of the code of ethics. That could be a conversation that you have today in terms of a commitment from these districts as to training for any employee hired who is non-licensed. But those are some challenges or questions that have been asked all along the way for anyone who is a non-licensed educator. And in terms of training, we have training provided by PLSB. Our PLSB investigators will go and do on-site training, and we'll be happy to do that. One of our goals long-term is to provide access to training for both our traditional and non-traditional programs on ethical decision-making, which will be an important piece. But I think to answer your question on this, and unless I get a text from one of my colleagues to tell me different, that may be something you want to get an agreement from these districts that they would very seriously take very seriously the training and looking at how a code of ethics violation for a non-licensed employee would affect them in terms of employment long-term. But again, they're only asking for this waiver for this year, and those may be some follow-up things you would look at.
We know it, you know, we have one ethics violation could really harm a student's life.
Sure.
So, and we had some concerns about the first round of waivers with internship instructors and things like that, but this feels a little different because of the individuals really would be playing the role in the classroom of a traditional teacher. So that would be a question for the members of the co-op of whether what I would think would be, you know, maybe requiring a certain number of hours of ethics professional development, you know, kind of a little crash course in ethics training, and then also, a commitment to take those issues seriously when it comes to, in essence, abiding by the standards that are laid out.
That can be easily done because every school district has ethics training at their annual meeting, and so they could receive it there. And they could also come to the co-op for a more intensive course.
Right.
That would not
How
be a problem.
how many hours would be the typical at that start of the year?
I know that we do at least an hour of ethics training every year in annual meeting, which goes over, again, the standards and reiterates scenarios. And many times we bring in an ADE investigator that makes it more real. And so that would not be a problem to schedule that and to schedule the school, all of these teachers that we are requesting come through this method, to have them trained would not be any issue at all. We could do that easily.
What, Ms. Pfeffer, an hour doesn't feel that intense. How are the modules there on ethics? What number of hours would be appropriate to kind of ask these schools to undertake?
I want to say that when, from my memory of when we did the training and worked through the training, it was about 2 hours. But Dr. Barth, I'd be remiss if I tried to tell you something exact. I can tell you that a commitment from the ADE is that we would send one of our investigators there to go through the online training plus some additional, training exercises, and would provide a half-day training in the co-op for educators. What we might have to do is schedule 1 or 2 times and then make it available through video or some other means for, if not everybody could attend at the same time, but for anybody who would not have gotten that training. And now if it's someone who is in a higher ed prep program, they're going to get some of that training, and they actually are held to the code of ethics because as interns, actions can be taken on their future license.
Right, and that's a slightly different case.
There is, and there is also an online, Praxis has developed an online ethics training called ProEthica. It's about $50 per person. It's a pre and post type assessment and training in between. We've looked at it. It's wonderful. We've been looking at it in terms of just, what is the way this could best be used? How might we look at it? There are some PLSB funds available where we could look at opportunities for a grant to go to a co-op, and even looking at that. So this may be an opportunity for us to kind of put this out there and provide this training to some folks who might really need that, and that might be a good way to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'll agree to help support them in whatever way you all need us to make sure. But I think that is an excellent point.
I had one more thing, but I think
Mr. Gaither wanted
to
respond.
okay. Yeah.
Gary Williams, Superintendent at Crossett again. I've got some additional information pertaining to the Crossett School District. Realizing that keeping teachers in teaching is important to solving this problem, we are instituting a 4-day with the flexibility we have with the reduction of required PD. Our new teachers, which if this waiver is granted, our new degreed personnel would enter into this. We're going to have 4 days, 2 days before school and a couple of days embedded throughout the school year that's specific to new teachers, where we're going to address a lot of issues, including ethics, not only on the front end, but coming back and reminding them through our PD to support them through that process. So that's some information that I think would help answer your question.
Thank you. Did you have one more?
I think somebody.
Okay.
Well, Dr. Barth, if you wanted to. Okay.
But I do have something maybe in a minute.
All right. And then who else had Ms. Zook? Okay.
Now, unless things have changed, it's my understanding, first of all, that these people, even though they're not licensed, but they still have to have a background check, correct?
Right, correct.
And there are ways within the way you write their because they will be under contract, right? And there are things in addition to the training they'll get, but that they will, it's very clear to them in that contract, you know, if you do this and this and this, that would be immediate dismissal or reprimand or whatever. So I think with the training and the contract and the background check, we've covered as many bases as we can to protect children and your districts. Am I
You're correct.
assuming? I see a lot of nodding heads. This
Yes.
is good. Ms. Walter, you're nodding your head?
Thank you, Ms. Hook. Mr. Black.
Just curious, you wait on the superintendents to serve you. What do you provide for direct employees?
In ethics,
Yes.
we put, like at the co-op, I can only speak for the co-op, we provide ethics training every year, every single year. Ethics training is part of our annual meeting, which every employee must attend, certified and non-certified. Everyone, that from janitors to whatever, have ethics training. We originally had, like they said, the 2-hour in-depth training when the ethics came out, and then we reiterate every single year. And within PD also that they attend, our certified staff, our administrators institute, there are elements of ethics in Tier 1 training every year.
Just curious, when you have this type of lesson or whatever, do you have roots with the people? Forgive me for what I'm trying to say. Do you have people with roots in the community that would show this as well? You're probably missing what I'm saying. Basically, if you have teachers who are teaching, your parents who also, in a way, are extended teachers, do your parents also show their mercy with students? And
I think he's talking about a wraparound, extended, making sure the culture of the community is part of what the teachers understand.
Oh, okay.
Is that right, Mr. Black?
to a degree, yes.
Do our, the whole, you're wanting to know, does the whole community understand the ethics of which a teacher operates under? Yes, yes, yes. And we try to make that a part because ethics is so important. It is discussed at community meetings. It is ethics that all educators must live by or discussed in community meetings. They don't have as much in-depth training, but it is discussed, yes.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Hill.
I guess as a new board member, not for you, it's actually for the Ms. Nelson, the opposition. Is that all right?
Yes, of course.
Please, I'm just trying to, I'm a freshman. I'm the first day.
Me too.
So I just trying to wrap my hand around, based on what I've heard from the co-op, and then I've heard from the oppositions from the AEA. And so what I guess, if the board didn't approve this as a solution-oriented, what would you all offer for this to happen? Because I just heard, it's kind of like they're in combat, they're at war, and they got people coming at them. And so in 45 days, something has to happen. They have 64 openings. If we say, no, we don't approve, I've just heard them say that they're going to have to put a substitute teacher in there, which is the only alternative. And I just want to make sure I'm grasping this correctly, that you oppose this based on credentials, which I got. But then I guess my deal is, so what solutions will we bring back to this organization to help them solve this problem to be ready for class on August 15th?
So the challenge of the teacher shortage is not unique to the 13 schools. It's across the state and across the country. I'm happy to work with school districts to identify candidates. I realize that part of this is a culture, so there's no other mechanism for people to have a life in some of those communities, and so that is part of the challenge. But we have to not denigrate the profession while still ensuring our students get the best academic outcomes. And I mean, I understand the challenge and I'm happy to support it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the board, but there's very few waivers that the board has denied, so we're not going to be surprised about the outcome.
This is my first board meeting, so I'm not privy to that, and that's the reason I was just trying to look historically on how the organization would be a supporting organization to the needs of their constituents.
So our members are made up of educators across the state.
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of times we're speaking on their behalf because they don't feel as empowered locally as they do by telling us to speak on their behalf. There's a real challenge with valuing teachers in their classrooms and in their careers. And so that is part of why we're here, is to help have that conversation so that we can partner with superintendents, principals if necessary, to help educators be of value in making sure students get what they need.
Okay, thank you so much.
And I would recommend, whether we pass this waiver or not, if you all have ideas and can help them find teachers, that, go for it. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to have that. I was in a position in North Little Rock where I had to hire teachers, and I had to constantly resist the urge to just put a body there, but fortunately for my kids, and then I did resist that urge, but you do get to a point where you're a little bit panicked, because you have to have people, and people on the path often make better than just an assigned sub, or a sub that comes and goes and doesn't take it as seriously because they don't know about lesson plans and all of those kinds of things. And I think the points that you brought up, many of which have nothing to do with this waiver request, are things that have come up before and that we have pretty consistently. I know Brenda watches our meetings.
Yes,
have pretty
we all do.
have pretty consistently asked those questions, like, have you talked to the charter? Have you done this? How does it affect achievement? I know, I'm a bird dog about those kind of things, but I do appreciate the AEA's willingness to help in all areas, because I know y'all have a heart for children, as do we.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, Ms. Nelson, before you step down, and it's kind of a two-part question I have for
Sure.
both you and the districts. Were teachers consulted on this? I do know that local boards, correct? And you all talked about resolutions passing with the exception of 2, and it's on their agenda. Have teachers been notified about you all coming here? Yes. Okay. And have any of you all or the AEA heard any objections? You all have in regards to this. And the districts have teachers come to you all directly in concerns to this? Okay, all right, but the AEA has concerns specifically about this.
Well, we get it from our members in the local districts.
Okay.
We do not come before the board without any local discussion at all.
Can you elaborate on what some of their concerns were?
I think some of the concerns were, degrading the certification requirements, but understanding the challenge of the needs. I mean, it's a balance. As we spoke to our members, we said, this is only a 1-year waiver, that, so there's not this blanket effort to denigrate certification. So I think that helped alleviate some of the concerns that our members had, but there's an overall concern in general about getting rid of certification.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. I think I saw, actually, Mr. Williamson, at one point you looked like you might have a question. Well, and actually, then Ms. Newton.
This was for the director of the co-op. Are there 15 schools in the co-op region?
Pardon?
Are there 15 schools in your co-op region? 15?
There are 14, and Woodlawn, the one school that did not come, was not eligible because they didn't have any students in the Arkansas Virtual Academy.
That was my question.
Yes, that's the reason they're not here. They were not eligible waivers.
So yes, Dr. Barth.
And I just want to maybe close things up, but I really appreciate your passion, Ms. Schaaf, about, this crisis that exists, that is, I think, front and center in Southeast Arkansas, but it's going to be a crisis statewide. I mean, with those numbers at ASU, the decrease there, it's going to go to Northeast Arkansas. And this is really, a national crisis. And I think I would disagree with you a little bit that I don't think our political leaders have kind of recognized what kind of crisis it is to a degree to step up. And this is going to require, over the next generation, everybody who has a bully pulpit using the bully pulpit, that this is important. And changing priorities in terms of teacher pay, but also, and even more importantly, how we treat the profession and how the profession is viewed. This is the crisis, I think, in education in the next generation. And y'all are on the front lines, but it's and I think, I just want to make a plea with this board, is that I think we have to be really conscious of doing anything that would send signals about the way we perceive the profession. And that's why I'm really am concerned about some of these duty-free lunch issues and student load issues, because I think they do send some signals about the way we perceive the profession, just to sometimes make things a little bit more convenient for some other folks, because I think we have to just elevate the profession nonstop, like we did this morning, which I think was a great ceremony, but we need to do it not just in ceremonial ways, but through our policy decisions.
We couldn't agree with you more.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Barth. Any final questions? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Again, reminder to the board, there is just one waiver before us on this of the matter of the teacher licensures. For 1 year.
So I'm going to try to craft and I'll look to Ms. Davis, and I will move to approve this waiver with an understanding that appropriate ethics training with the support of PLSB will be present in all of these districts for these teachers.
And again, we can't require that as the board, but they can put into verbal record if they.
Right, and they've already agreed to that, so that would be appropriate.
Part of the motion.
Do I have a second? Okay, so motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Zook, and roll call, please, Commissioner.
Dr. Barth?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers? Yes. Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Motion carries by unanimous votes. Best of luck to all of your districts. Not just safe travels back, but good luck there in the challenges ahead. We look forward to hearing from you all over the course of this year. And we do hope many of you all will take the opportunity to speak with the AEA and their representative, Ms. Nelson, while she's here, and to continue to inform us how we can support this, obviously, this crisis that many have referenced. So thank you all so much. Lunch has been waiting for over a half hour, so I am going to convene, but we do have several matters before us. Would it be too ambitious for me to say 1:20 return to the colleagues, a 25 minutes lunch, or would folks like a little bit longer? 1:30. Okay, so we'll reconvene at 1:30. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you all.
In the early 60s, there was a crisis of education in North Arkansas because Missouri paid so much more. So they had in Mount